Hello and welcome to the stream. I was just doing silent, so just so you guys could have something cool to say. Yeah, a little bit. Thanks, Tad. This is why we do a sound check, Schalke. But no, we get it right so often. It wasn't bothering. Yeah, I forgot to put my sound device across.
Now I'm the stupid person because I always do the sound check and now people rely on me doing the sound check.
No, but you always do it, but you never need to. It always works. That's the first time it hasn't worked in ages. That's the same thing, of course. If you check, it works. If you don't check, it doesn't. That is the nature of Schrodinger's sound check. Sound check.
Sound check.
Sound check.
I seem to have made the mistake that I built something on a planet and I didn't name the planet. I can't find my buildings because
you can scroll through the list under the production. Actually, no, you probably can't. I could, but I wouldn't know what I'm looking for. So lost. Where is our stuff? Do you know what system it's in?
yeah, I was supposed to check on this system whether everything is churning nicely.
Right.
I guess I'm just gonna check them all then.
But you don't have to look. You can use the production view, but I'm not 100% sure how it will work for a client. That's all. Meow to you, Dora.
Project Planet.
Hello, Dora. Don't lick my fingers, yes, I know they smell like Doritos. Do I have plenty of oats? Yes, I do. So yeah, as people bought me Zenith, I will have a look. If I can deal with the nausea, literally any of you can. So I will give it a look at some point. I was gonna tomorrow. We should find something else because I don't think Sneaky Spaceships will stretch for 3 hours. And then a look at Sneaky Spaceships, or a chat about Sneaky Spaceships rather than a look at it. I think it's a safer way of phrasing it. And then what was that game? Lost Ark. We're going to have a look at Lost Ark on Monday, which is a brand new free-to-play ARPG MMO that is by two enormous companies, Smilegate and Amazon. And you've never heard of Smilegate, but Smilegate make EA look small. They're just not in the West. Smilegate do the biggest game in the world, which is I forgot the name of it. It's not Crossout. Crossfire Cross, I think it's called. But yeah, we're going to look at those and see. As I said, because Malcolm wants to play more VR things, and I totally agree. It's just struggled to find something.
I guess I'm probably okay to try the cheap ones. There was some cheap, like Rocket League-esque VR game that was brought up.
My microphone should be exactly the same as normal. No changes, no differences. I mean, it's different to how it sounds on the motion rig, but no, it should not have changed in any way. Doesn't Zenith have like flying? I mean, a game that did flying even slightly well was Air Mech, but that was a fixed camera game. Okay, so we're not making any purples.
Arriving at planet.
Yeah, about 2 seconds, that one. Okay, but that's like saying you don't have to run in your mount in Warcraft. Or you don't have to take... That's like saying you don't have to take flying mounts in Warcraft. You can walk everywhere. Like, oh, brilliant. I mean, I will have a look, because the concept of Warcraft in VR excites me a lot. I just have questions about some of their design decisions. Like, I would have made an MMO around VR's strengths and avoid VR's weaknesses, as opposed to...
It's not like saying that.
No?
It's not, because you still fly, it's just that you're just doing it from a fixed perspective. I'm not saying you can play the game without flying. I'm saying you can play the game without having a first-person view of the flying. That's what makes you sick, like watching yourself fly.
So I'll get vertigo then, instead of motion sickness.
Why?
Because I'm up high.
Oh God, is that a problem as well?
Well, assume for a moment it is. I mean,
okay, yeah, you definitely will struggle then.
Yeah.
There's a lot of verticality.
This is what I mean about designing a game, not designing a game around VR's strengths, but just going, oh, these are cool things that are cool normally. Like, well, they are, but...
I know, but if you take that attitude, you'll severely limit what you can do.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go back to Warcraft, I mean, Warcraft severely limited its graphical prowess in order to gain the most amount of accessibility for its players, and obviously did incredibly well because of it.
Yeah,
and
but there's no shortage of VR games that accommodate the lowest denominator and have no sickness, and seated games and stuff like that. But I think it's a bit of a... I don't know, it's a bit of a funny argument. As soon as a game comes along that wants to be very free-ranging and immersive with flying and jumping and stuff, you'd say, oh, well, they haven't designed it around the limitations of VR.
But I mean,
they'd be hamstringing themselves to do that. Why not push the envelope and make it quite sicky?
Because, well, if nothing else, I can't play it. And if I can't play it...
I know, but you can't please everyone. Yeah, but you can't please everyone all the time, can you? There's lots of types of games in non-VR exclude people for various reasons, don't they?
But there has been an enormous push in the games industry to absolutely not do that, which on one half is altruistic. They want everybody to play their game, but another one is, quite frankly, it makes very good commercial sense to ensure everyone can play your game. Microsoft have pushed incredibly hard for accessibility. Forza has the game mode where it'll even drive itself. You can make it steer or brake for you, absolute colorblind modes. You can slow the whole game down. They made sure that everyone can play it, and that's wonderful. I'm only, I'm probably about 80% up the nausea scale. I know people who are worse than me, but I don't know.
I don't know anyone worse than you.
I know someone who put a headset on for about not even 10 seconds and then just projectile vomited. So.
You're the worst person I know.
Well, thank you. But
yeah, I think there's a difference between competitive and non-competitive games, aren't there? Because you can do that. That's very nice, and I'm certainly someone that plays games on easy difficulty because I like the game, not making life hell for myself. Yeah. But with competitive games, you can't accommodate everyone. You can do a bit of colorblind mode and so on, but you certainly can't have the game play itself.
Yes.
For a competitive game.
I mean, in Forza, the moment you enable these options, you are unable to play it multiplayer, which is obviously absolutely fine.
Like, if we played Quake 2 Deathmatch, that would be unfair because I'd kick your ass. But if we played Doom Deathmatch, that would be unfair because you'd kick my ass.
To be fair, actually, that's a bad example because Quake 2 is not a game I ever played at all. Like, not even a little bit. But yeah, I'll give you that one. Quake 3, yeah, probably you beat me again. There's too many dimensions for me.
It's been a while.
Descent, we did do a lot of Descent. I was pleased at my performance in Descent.
I was impressed how much you guys all played it.
Yeah, it's great. It has VR support as well, but I was like, not trying that. What's the other one? Someone remade Descent. like legally, like the same team. There was a re-release of Descent by Interplay, whoever owns Interplay now, but not by the devs, and another one by the devs but not called Descent. I can't remember which is which. But I would say I certainly give Zenith a go. It's just that it disappoints me, because I think the problem is every single time the game comes out, and it's like, oh, we've got teleport. People are like, I want locomotion in the comments, and it's like, that is such a tiny proportion of users, but they're the vocal minority, and I think a lot of devs listen to those. And I'd say a lot of people seem to see I can stomach it, I can take it. It's a sort of a badge of honor, sort of a macho thing, which is obviously no good, because as an older gentleman, I don't really have an ego about how strong my stomach is for playing VR. But bear in mind, I don't get sick on roller coasters. Like, I don't know if you remember the Beast at Alton Towers, but I was sitting in the queue eating a burger and then went on and then came off and then had a milkshake, and I was absolutely fine. Like, no issue too with motion sickness, just VR sickness. Yeah,
so if they did come up with a way to throw the fluid around in your ears when you do VR, you'd be fine.
They've got those. As Mia mentioned them, apparently they're really bad. You can do it, but apparently it does something very bad to the hairs in your inner ear.
Burns them with a lighter?
No. The frequencies, they use them for simulating nausea for fighter pilots. Right? They have a thing for this.
The main problem with the hairs in your ear are that they're finite and
don't grow back. Yeah.
They get damaged and they don't grow back.
Yes.
But I remember seeing something in development that looks like a sort of big pair of earmuffs that could do something, but I haven't heard much about it.
Yeah. Now we mentioned it in chat, and Esme mentioned that they've got one for the Air Force and they use it to make you sick, and then they found that it was permanently knackering up people's ears.
When I definitely got better, like my first weeks in VR, I got a bit of nausea and couldn't play for very long at a time. And now it's an almost complete non-issue unless it's a badly made game. And there's such a range of games can be good and bad at this. Usually to do with where they pivot the camera, I think. If the camera is sort of forward of its pivot point, that's absolutely awful.
I am curious, and again, there has been no long-term studies. So let's say, for argument, your sense of balance, let's say on a motorbike or on a balance beam or something like that, was, let's say, 8 out of 10 when you started. What is it now? Now you've got good at VR. Has your sense of balance gone up or down? Because you've learned to ignore your ears under certain circumstances. Is that a real talent? Or is that, just whatever? Because... oh no, there was because But yeah, you're right. Something changes because VR does definitely rewire your brain, and it wasn't just the getting accustomed to the sickness. Yeah,
I remember, say, the first few weeks of proper VR, all sorts of weird effects. Like it affected my vision when I took the headset off. Like everything looked kind of different,
high res,
especially screens.
Everything looked kind of high res.
Well, it made things like my phone screen look very weird and spangly and sparkly, and my hands seemed a bit alien to me. That's quite a common thing.
Yeah.
Because I was playing for hours and hours at a time, so there's definitely some rewiring. And I thought it wasn't going to stop as well, because I knew that you got this effect, and most people had it for a short time, and I had it for several weeks, and I thought, that's it.
Oh wow!
This is my life now. It wasn't unpleasant.
In the Dora world.
Okay. No,
Sorry.
I
people talk about the game you play.
No, I had this in.
No, carry on.
Quickly while we're there, Henry, we're at microprocessors on Dora World, so plus fix.
Right.
Sorry, processors. I had this when I played Half-Life 2 for an extensive period in VR. I got up to go to the toilet, and I'm like, oh, right, the perspective's off. I feel the wrong height. And I was playing it, sat down. I played it for like 4 or 5 hours straight. But yeah, some game, it varies. The problem is, I think my issue is I've experienced a very different thing, and I think it is because of stuff like motorbike riding, where your sense of balance is so important, and it is incredibly important. And I've honed that, and I think I've just got very good at detecting the onset of nausea, like the very, very, very beginning twinges, whereas somebody else might not notice it for another half an hour or an hour. So I think that's my issue. Is I haven't actually felt ill in a long time, but I have learned to stop far, far in advance. The worst I've got is feeling, I say, discombobulated rather than nauseous when we're using the fast cars in Live for Speed.
Still loading.
Lou Anshin, Half-Life 2 directly supports VR headsets, or at least it did. Valve being Valve, lose interest in shit very quickly, but Portal, Half-Life 2 and Team Fortress 2 all had inbuilt support for...
Loading.
wait, I know, I can see. They had direct inbuilt support for... Your learning's finished.
There we go.
For VR. Portals was a punch of arse because... Eurogamer would write articles about the VR support without actually having ran it. I know this because Portal didn't draw the portals in the left eye. Euro Truck Simulator was unplayable. Not just you couldn't play it unless you had memorized all the menus. It was impossible because the menus were not resolvable. So you had to have memorized all the menus.
What game was that?
Euro Truck Simulator.
Oh, right.
All the menus appeared on a... I don't know, I'm trying to describe it, about a distance of about 2 feet, a sheet of A4, and that was your monitor. And there was, obviously at that distance you don't have very many pixels.
Well, as you know, designing UIs for VR is a whole different ball game, and everyone's sort of going at it different ways, and there isn't really any good unified ways of doing it yet. I mean, it's something Sony wants to do with... Oh no, not Sony, it's actually something Meta wants to do, is get people to adopt their UI APIs, so they've got kind of a standard language of gestures, bringing up menus and turning options on and off and stuff like that. They've just introduced a bunch more gestures.
Well, I said
one of them is the Rick Mail V sign. For bringing up a menu.
No, that's a very bad... Yeah, there's a little bit of trouble, yes. I mean, I'm obviously going with toggles and diegetic readouts, which is actually rather fun.
That's good, but that's game specific.
Yes. I mean, I was involved in very early Kinect development, and that was interesting because Just Dance had a situation where in the Kinect, you put your hand out forwards, you can all... mime along. So you put your hand out forwards, and then it would basically say, I'm selecting a menu, and then you move your hand up and down to select which menu, and then you would swipe sideways. So you go, put your hand out, go down, 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 and then swipe to the left or to the right, depending on which hand you're using. But people wouldn't do that. They go, hand out, hand down, and then imagine that they're just slapping the arse of a donkey. Or a young lady, if you will. But look more
anything with an arse. Unless it's an elephant, maybe.
But instead of going straight across, they go out, down, and then spank. And it's like, and we were watching people doing this, going, stop moving your hand down, go across, not in a sort of an arc. But Just Dance was the pioneer of Kinect input stuff. Until then, everything was just different. No one had really solved or particularly thought about.
I was going to say, I've only played Just Dance with motion controllers like the Wii and the PlayStation, or there's a mobile phone version, and you only have it in one hand. Yeah. I imagine it's a lot more precise on the Kinect, right?
Yes, it was really good. It was a Kinect game initially, but it was really very good. Am I running something I shouldn't be? No, I don't think so.
Let's say we're... No.
Sorry, say it again, everyone, but not all at once this time.
Go for it.
Oh no, I'll give way to you because I was talking about your game.
Is there a particular reason why we've got sort of 18,000 processors in storage here?
Yes. I don't know. Let me go and have a look. Mr. Chicken. My frame rate is awful. I'm down to like 80 frames a second. This isn't acceptable.
That is so awful. Yeah.
It might just be that we've got a... Oh, is that the human tap? Yeah, that's way too many, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll reduce that. I don't know what that's coming from. But yeah, the thing is, this is asleep, so this isn't affecting our current throughput.
Yeah. I'm just taking a few from here. Have we got resources that are on hand to build level 2 gatherers, advanced mining machines? Because I need to build a few of
You
those.
need the special material. There is a, yeah. If you come over to me, the special materials are sent from, specially imported from different universes into there and there. So the unipolar magnets are for the souped up smelters, but be very aware they are incredibly energy intensive, like 10 times the normal ones. And the optical grating crystals are used for gatherers, and everything else in the gatherers is piss easy.
Right. Cool.
But yeah,
Awesome.
the gatherers are extremely good. And I said you can just pop down one down on a planet, and it will on a vein, and it will just send stuff around.
I was just wondering if you played Wipeout in VR.
I thought about it and didn't. I played the other one.
I think you should.
What was the PC one?
Don't know, but you should try Wipeout at some point if you can, because it's well known for being very good for not being nauseous.
Which game is that?
Wipeout. Completely counterintuitive, because you expect to be vomiting within seconds, but it's somehow got the secret sauce right.
The new version of the mod is pretty good. We've been working with the developer, and they have done some work towards compressing the some changes to the way the TCP bits and bobs work.
Is there a new version that I need to update?
No, sadly not. I said to Shaka, unfortunately, the dev is not full-time. Henry, if you come towards me, just follow me. Because
where are you?
Heading over towards the spaceship launch area. I love you said, "Where are you?" Like I might be able to respond with a useful description. I mean, I can give you my coordinates.
Yeah.
I'm 106 degrees south, 89.51 west.
I'm gonna find your name. Hang on.
I'd like a Starship Titanic remake in VR, I think.
Yes. Yes, just use all the old sound files. Just re-render it all. I watched that. I played it very briefly. I've still got your copy of it, I think. I played it very briefly because it was, how can I put it nicely? Very ambitious, shall we phrase it like that. But I watched a complete playthrough on YouTube, which I found a lot more enjoyable than actually trying to play it myself.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's a bit like the original Hitchhiker's Guide, and if you've not played it, cover your ears because I'm going to spoil it for you. One of the puzzles involved you having to type in the phrase "enjoy poetry," which was not obvious in the slightest.
Still, magnitude better than the Incredible Hulk.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know. I suspect it's probably on equal levels of no one ever worked this out, did they?
Isn't there a certain amount of moon logic expected of adventure games?
But with this one, the problem was you couldn't even try repeated things because it was a text event. You had to type in "enjoy poetry," and then it goes. It would say something like, "You realise it's not all that bad. In fact, worse things happen at sea." But there were no variants of what to type. That was the only key phrase that would work.
I see you.
Okay, how many mining machines would you like?
Don't know, 10 maybe.
10?
Or is that a lot?
That's a lot, but okay, you can have 10.
3 maybe. Then I don't know.
There you go.
Put them down on a few things.
There's 10 mining machines. Please pick them up. Here, pick it up with the Z key. Please, thank you.
There we go. Awesome, got them. Sweet.
I don't like stuff being on the floor.
Yeah, found them. Awesome, thank you. Right, how do I get back now?
Fly.
Yeah, where do I need to go? Well, I'll say where do I need to go? That's a rhetorical question.
Hot singles? I think you were on?
Yes.
Actually, before you go, do you have soil?
1 sec. I have 10k, so not a huge amount, but some.
Could you come over to the research area and extend it?
Oh, I couldn't find you again.
No, you don't. You have to find more. It's quite easy because there's like a lovely rainbow-coloured line of glow.
Yeah, I have to find that as well.
Well, it's quite near Max's, quite frankly, awesome.
Oh, I see. Yep, I think I found it.
Collecty thing.
3
Thing.
3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3
just to expand on that.
Permission to join?
It's good to join us, Mia. Yeah. Expand away.
Eat peanuts, get water, get towel, look at dispenser, remove gown, put gown on hook, put towel on drain, get satchel, put satchel over panel, put mail on satchel, press dispenser button, get all except satchel, wait until guards come. When poetry starts, enjoy poetry.
I got everything apart from the enjoy poetry. I did work out the rest about tying the knot in the sleeve, but not over a short period of time, over a long period of time.
Honestly, I'm not sure I got out of the house.
Aha. Yep.
Could you do the obvious thing? You need to be as wide as it is. And then we need to sort out purples. Well, purples need to be sorted. But yeah, we what we should do is we should start. I mean, you can obviously go to another galaxy. You don't need to have warpers remotely because Dora World is making warpers, and Dora World will send up ships to get what it wants.
Please stay in the galaxy and please stay in the star cluster.
Go to any galaxy you want. Don't listen to Xiaoka.
That's the extent of soil for now.
Wow. And Max, are you on
Maybe.
Dora World?
I am.
Do you have any soil?
Soil? No.
If you click on environment modification, what's your soil pile?
Hold on 1 sec. I need to put this back in.
Number 9.
We'll connect that to there. My soil pile. Oh, 1,260.
Basically nothing. Okay. Damn it. I mean, I can extend it slightly further. Our limit now is the generation of purples. But this is where it would be nice, instead of fixing the generation of purples, to have the raw ingredients for purples sent to me. Which are awkward things. Yeah, very awkward. Plastic, crystal silicon, and carbon nanotubes are the raw materials.
I'm also trying to make a purple step in Kummeli.
Actually, I take that back. The limiting factor is processors. Sort it out, Henry.
I'm coming.
Stop buggering around on the wrong planet. I don't know. So I got to.
Back on signals.
I need to actually organise. I need to organise this into a single picture, but I actually sat in my car for about hour and a half, maybe let's say 2 hours. I can check exactly in a moment. With the heating on up at 20 degrees, charging my laptop, watching Netflix, and in that time period, it took away a whole 4 miles of range. Oh no, sorry, 5 miles of range in 2 hours of using all the electrics flat out. So I can't work out what that is. So that's 360 divided by 5. So 72 hours I could run that for at that bit. I mean, obviously, if I was expecting to go for 72 hours, I wouldn't have been charging my laptop and using Netflix and having it cranked up really warm. I'd have put a coat on. Yeah, I was very impressed what a complete lack of difference running all of the gubbins in the Tesla actually makes to its power usage. You do read about this a lot. They'll run the battery down.
Well, have you heard the latest bollocks about Tesla?
Oh, no. Now, this is the thing. Is this just say yes or no? Is this about a recall?
Yes.
Good. Right. Next question. Have you heard about any Toyota, Subaru, Nissan, Ford, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Fiat? Have you heard about any other recalls from any other brand? Anything?
No, I have not. No.
So there are websites that just detail all of the recalls. Every fucking manufacturer out of there has enormous numbers of recalls going. This is not special. Yeah. The difference about the Tesla ones is that people keep reporting them like it's unusual. Like, recalls on cars are really, 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 really common. Like, bizarrely common. But I have heard about one today. Hold on, I'm just trying to remind myself, because I did. Oh, is this about the boombox function?
Yes.
Right. Now this one is particularly special. So I will sum up. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm just trying to remember now. So in America, you could use the boombox functionality whilst you're driving at low speeds. So in the UK, you have to stop the car to use the boombox. So this is where immediately, Max, I question not where you read it, but why the fuck a British person is being told about something that only affects American cars in America. Anyway, so the issue was that the boombox is the low-speed pedestrian indicator, pedestrian warning thing. So this means, and this is the worry, at low speeds you could be playing sound effects out of your car so loud they drown out the pedestrian warning system, and then you could run them over with your car because they didn't hear you coming. It's like, just think about what you said for a moment. Just think
how
about
sound
it.
works.
Yeah, and then here's the best bit: Tesla have ordered a recall of all of their models. Like, do you mean it's patched already? Because it's patched already. Because it's not a recall. So by the time the article goes live, this problem has already been patched. It's essentially the government said change this, and Tesla go, oh, all right, then done.
There's probably some thing where it has to be listed as a recall inverted commas. So even for updates, software updates that are done over the air.
Yes. So bear in mind at this point, because I saw someone post on the forum, oh, Tesla and their recalls, that's why I've got my Mitsubishi 2020 FEV. And I was like, I said, let me just have a quick look. I said, there's an active recall for your car where the seat belts in the rear aren't attached properly, and if you're in an accident with people in the back, they won't stop them in evidence of a crash. You should probably take your car back for its recall, because that's quite a serious one. Whereas the one he was going on about is the reversing camera might wear out if you overuse the boot, the cable, so you kind of need to get it fixed. But yeah, there does seem to be a enormous amount of FUD against Tesla, and it's odd. Now, I do know that a lot of the reason that you get articles like this written is because you get rabid Tesla fanboys going, it doesn't matter if someone hates or loves your articles, you still get the ad revenue.
Yeah, I'm not normally one for conspiracy theories, but you can draw a line between, let's just say for sake of argument, right-wing media, conservatives, Murdoch, big oil.
Yes.
And the EV sentiment. We put them all on one side of the Venn diagram, but maybe I'm being a little bit cynical.
I wish that I could disagree with you. So, I think Car and Driver have rated the Tesla Model 3 as one of the least reliable cars ever. It's right at the bottom of the list, and it's like, really? Like, less reliable than a Vauxhall or a Fiat? Because, a petrol Vauxhall, I don't believe you. But that's where they list any defect as a defect. It doesn't matter whether the defect is the engine exploded or you've got a loose bit of door trim, and they'll fix it. There is no differentiation. But Tesla don't sponsor Car and Driver magazine, but nearly every other manufacturer does. Tesla don't do any marketing. Tesla just went, we're making much better cars than everybody else. The end. There's no bribing of people. And I do try very hard not to sound like a Tesla fanboy, but I'm not joking when I say the car sells itself. It really, genuinely does. And I'm speaking as someone who has driven a lot of fancy cars. I have been around a lot of fancy cars and a lot of shit ones. And it is a genuinely impressive car. No matter who makes it, no matter what Elon Musk says on Twitter, it's fucking brilliant. And I have driven a lot of cars, and it's lovely. It's proper lovely. Like to the point where I sat out in it rather than sit in a cafe because it was more comfortable. I had heated seats, and I could just put YouTube on and just crank it up really loud in the car, going, "This is actually pretty good." So,
I mean, this is a bit like iPhones. Like, for all the bitching and moaning you get about how you're paying the Apple tax and you're in the Apple ecosystem and you're an Apple fanboy and Apple phones are way more expensive, they're overpriced. Just look at the sales.
Yeah.
Proof is in the pudding. They're not. They don't sell that many for no reason at all. I was forced to buy them.
I was at one of the Insomnia events, and someone saw that I had an iPad. I think it was an iPad 3, something like that. It wasn't a first-gen iPad. It was an iPad somewhere through the list. And he was like, he says,
Did it have a dock connector or a lightning connector?
I don't remember that part because it's not relevant to the story. I had an iPad.
It was a 3 or a 4.
No, because there was the iPad. There was no 3. There was an iPad, then an iPad 2, then
iPad third generation has got connector.
No, because there were 2 the iPads with different connectors. Anyway, not the point.
Yeah, the iPad, just called iPad, was after that.
Yeah, it was the iPad. Well, the first one was iPad, and the second was the iPad. Well, the third one's the iPad.
It wasn't called the iPad.
I've got an unboxing video somewhere where I paused slightly through the unboxing going, I think I might have bought the wrong iPad because I couldn't tell the difference. Anyway, so I had my iPad, whichever model it was, and I was playing a first-person shooter, and... thank you, Ismir. And someone kind of goes, he says, I've got that game, and it supports cross-platform. So it was a first-person shooter with cross-platform play. And he had a Samsung, a Tab, whatever the tablet was of
Galaxy
Tab. Yeah, Galaxy Tab. Yeah, whatever it was, the equivalent to the iPad. We were playing it, and the iPad was about double, maybe triple the frame rate of the Samsung. It wasn't close. It was clearly and demonstrably much, much better. And then, we were playing this game, network, like deathmatch, and someone goes, he goes, but the iPad, it's way more expensive. It turns out the Galaxy Tab was £400 more than I paid for the iPad, and I'd got the good iPad too. So it's like, you think Apple stuff is expensive, but this only applies if you've really not been near Samsung electronics, because they are very expensive. That's my whole story about electronics. But yeah, Max, the reason when you said, have I heard the news about Tesla, said, is it a recall, is my mum says, she goes, I heard about the recall on the Teslas, are you affected? I'm like, do you mean the reversing camera cable wears out? Like, this is not a recall.
Well, the problem with the word recall is it sounds like it has to go back to the factory.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like in everyone's head. A recall for an ICE car is back to the factory, get rid of it, they do something with it, you get it back. It's not, or whatever they do. It's not leave it in your drive and plug it into the Wi-Fi.
I know.
How far did you have to go to take how much of a pain in the ass was your recall? I've pressed a button on the dash and it fixed itself,
I mean,
what recall?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
but no one...
It pops up a message going, there's a patch for your car, do you want to apply it now? And I go, yeah, right. He goes, right, okay, cool. It'll download in about 25 minutes. And then it says, do you want to install the patches? You can't drive the car for a couple of minutes while it's patching, and you install it whenever you want. It's just kind of a nothing, really.
Yeah. A non-event.
Yes.
I've looked it up for you because I know how you like to be correct. It's iPad. Obviously, the first iPad was just called iPad. Then you had iPad 2.
Yes. Then the iPad.
iPad. No, it's called the new iPad.
The new iPad. That was it.
Yeah, but then that was retrospectively called iPad third generation. Then iPad fourth generation, which was marketed as iPad with Retina display, or iPad 4 as most people called it. And then iPad fifth generation.
Because I remember
there's a thing here which doesn't seem to do anything.
This is possible. Let's have a look.
I think it makes space warpers out of green cubes, but there's no green cube feed to it, and there are no space warpers.
This looks
That's
like
the extra production.
Schalke was setting up. Yeah, don't worry about that. To be fair, at the minute we're not really lacking in space warpers, but we're not doing
just
a lot.
FYI, I've finished my atomic task. Can I have another one, please?
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so yeah, space warpers are coming through. Yeah, we're not feeding green cubes in, but we are making way more space warpers than we're using, I think.
No, there's not enough feeding of warpers.
Well, I mean, we do have min-loader vessels. Well, first of all, we're not charging it very much. Min-loader vessels is 100%, so you'll only get them very rarely. There are 80 or 90 space warpers here, but our limit on more space warpers is more graviton lenses, which we are using in many places. And also we don't have enough quantum chips either. We're basically running low on both of these, so our production cannot sustain that. Yeah, Max, I mean, wouldn't be a terrible idea for you to go to a star system no one's been at, find a planet with lots of copper and iron, and send it all back here.
Okay. I need some more fuel then. I'm going to run out of fuel.
Well,
Space
first,
Warper. I don't need to go there.
So, grab some fuel. Grab some Space Warpers. I mean, I would grab some Deuteron for fuel rods. Let me cancel all the resets we got queued up because our reset is just stalled. That's 6,000. Yes, I just stand here while I'm looking at stuff. So I mean, what you want to take with you is you want to take with you some. The important thing is you need to take with you at least one interstellar logistics station. And you're lucky, I actually have the stuff on me so I can make you one. Then that can send 5 things back to Dora World. Or rather, things will fly to your planet to get them to take them back to Dora World.
Okay.
And preferably take a stack of warpers too.
Take a stack of warpers so you can actually, get there.
I don't know how. Yeah. I don't know what they look like.
That's it.
And don't forget to take logistics vessels.
You don't necessarily need logistics vessels. There you go. Grab that.
But you don't. It's just
Lovely,
it's
there you
helpful.
No, because that means he needs warpers at the far end, which is much more difficult to arrange. So he just needs to have a logistics station with some low-level resources in it that we can send things from Dura World. Oh dear, that's not good.
That's me, by the way.
Oh right, okay, good. It's like what? Do we have? We've got some decent. So when you're going long distances, first thing, and this is very important, make sure you're full on fuel before you leave. I would come over to me, Max, and I would grab a stack of decent fuel rods. We don't have a lot. In fact, we have an awful lot less than I. Oh, it's all jammed up. Let me start storing these.
I'm just looking at the community hub for Lost Ark, and the top thread is posted by someone with a subject: would you play video games in your 40s? Why or why not?
Wow. I remember in Warcraft, someone said to me,
Wow.
why is someone your age, and I was in my late 20s, I suspect, why is someone at your age playing Warcraft? Why aren't you down the pub with your wife and children? And my response was, what the fuck do you think writes computer games? Do you think it's 12-year-olds? Because it's not.
The vast majority of the responses are people saying, I am over 40 or I am over 50.
Yeah. Yeah, so a couple of stacks of those, Max, will last a very long time. They're 600 megajoules a piece. They're not the best ones, but
Right.
I don't know where any better ones are. We have some around somewhere.
All right. I shall make a note and put them in the corner of my storage.
But the other thing is, you'll go there and you'll go, I should have brought with me some blah.
I've got sorters, and I've got conveyor belts, and I've got splitters, and I've got mining machines, and I've got arc smelters, and I've got storage, and I've got wind turbines, I've got Tesla towers, I've got conveyor belts, I've got graphene.
Have you got any? You got smelters with you, yeah?
Smelters are that one. Yes, I've got 38.
That's good, yeah. Because what you have to think here, you don't have to tear through the production. All we want is a metric shit ton of iron ingots, magnetic rings, copper ingots, and the silicon ones and titanium. We don't need circuit boards or anything like what we do, but that's already been dealt with. This is just
that here. Yeah.
This is just the base production, because then of course someone else can grab that on another planet and deal with that.
Okay. Where do I get warpers from? Do I need? I don't know what they are and why I need them.
Yes, you will need to grab warpers. Hang on, let me just upgrade these because these are having an issue.
Any system to system travel will need that.
No, they don't. What? Why does he doesn't need any warpers apart from his personal use?
He needs and he logistics vessels.
No, it doesn't. We pull, we don't push.
Yeah, Dora World things have a supply of their own.
It's much more awkward to push than to pull. Yeah, Max, you take a stack from there. I think you can take 20, so I'd take 40. If you click on the logistics station, and then over the space warp, if you right click, it will bring up a split dialogue. And if you take 40, I think that's 2 stacks. Don't click on clear and reset.
I'm not seeing the right data. I've got local supply, remote supply.
On the top left, where you have a picture of a space warper, if you hover over it, it will pop up the message clear and reset. Don't click on that bit. Click on the top 2/3 of it with the right mouse button and hold the right mouse button down. and then drag 40 out. Not the best dialogue, let's be honest.
I think there's a number now changing state.
Yeah, make that number 40.
Oh, okay.
Ooh. But you don't need to be clever or efficient. You just need to more or less brute force it. You just need a shit ton. So you've got
ironing. You basically want processed iron and processed copper.
Processed iron, processed copper, processed silicon. I mean, if you want to, once you're like, cool, that was easy. There's nothing stopping you then sending anything back because it becomes nicely abstract. We need a shit ton of material. It doesn't matter where it comes from or who makes it.
Okay.
Just it needs to be available. But what I would do now is hit M and zoom out, and then zoom out, and then zoom out, and then you can pick a planet no one's been to. You could go to one of the ones that Schalke has been to. Possibly
another star system.
Yeah, there's one quite close called Altinin that no one's been to, and it's got crude oil, fire, ice, kimberlite ore, and a bunch of stuff. So no one's been there, so it's probably a good idea to go there because we don't know what's there.
Do you see the names? I've only got a few names up, not all the names up.
Don't zoom out too. Hold on. It's the closest orange one to us. It's not got a name because it's not been explored. So if you don't zoom out too far, it's the closest one. I mean, you can go to Alshat, 47 Circini, or Altinin. Those are very close. They're orange, and no one has been to them. Or Vendimiatrix. So just hover the mouse over the nearest orange.
Okay, I've got Alshat.
Yeah, Alshat. That sounds like a terrible. So Alshat, let's see what it's got. If you click on it, crude oil, fire, ice, organic crystal. So we don't have a water world yet. So water worlds are lots and lots and lots of. Ooh. You could go to Alshat 1, horizontal rotation, and that is volcanic. And that has the advantage that you can use your magma flibberly-dibblies. Geothermal power stations. Yeah, magma flibberly-dibblies, that's the proper name. But yeah, if you go to Alshat, that's good.
Volcanic ash horizontal rotation.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
How do we tell what's on it?
It says in the top left.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
But you don't know what's in it because no one's ever been. You know what's in the system just roughly. But yeah, so if you click indicator for Alshat.
Yep. I've got a line going through it.
Pop your warpers into the warper slot in your fuel chamber.
Get back to my thing. Warpers go into there. Okay, they're in.
And pretty much does that. Take off, fly there, and as soon as it no longer says altitude in the bottom right, press caps lock once and you will warp. We're all going to watch you. No pressure.
Caps lock.
So when you're lined up, obviously press caps lock, don't just jam it. As soon as it doesn't say altitude, it says nearest celestial body or something.
Oh, there we go. Finally.
Yeah. There you go. And just keep an eye on your power and don't get distracted.
Right.
To be fair, you're already a third of the way there. You're halfway there. There's an awful lot of spaceships in space going from Trunk to Lord of the Coils. So as I said, I don't mind what you guys do. That's all brilliant. But just bear in mind, the goal is to get everything back to get more research, not just to have a collection of stuff. So we are struggling on a number of materials.
And having the raw materials to make them will make things much quicker.
Yeah, well, ideally, I want the penultimate material sent to me. Ideally, I just want cubes sent to me. That would be perfect. But that's a long way off. So aim hard, but you can hit caps lock again to come out of warp when you're there. But otherwise, you can hit the planet from warp if you're lucky. And you're going to Alshat 1?
Yes.
Oh, the planet Alshat 2 is a prairie planet. I've not seen one of those. Oh, it's green. What was I doing? Oh, yes. I was going to blame Henry for not enough microprocessors. Yep. Oh, again, I landed a whole bunch of microprocessors arrive.
There should be some more coming in. We were running low on copper, and I've adjusted that so it's now getting copper.
Aha, cool. Yes, we've just received 300. Yeah, we've just received. Well, we've just received 300 microprocessors. We have now. Wait for it. We have now used 300 microprocessors.
Ah. Give me a minute. You should have some more.
Good, because all of the labs are now. Actually, no, that's not quite true. That's not quite true. They still have 3 each. 2, 1. I mean, I can proliferate. Not easily. How can I proliferate this? Because this was Esme had built this before proliferation was even a thing.
I've landed.
I can partially proliferate, which is better than not proliferating at all. Has everyone else said proliferate?
I didn't know what I was doing.
Well, they didn't exist, you did it, so I think that's fair.
And I pretty much pulled that lab out of my ass.
That explains a lot. Has everybody else said proliferate the right number of times today? Did you want to join in, or are you
Proliferate.
Proliferated enough.
Excellent. It's a difficult word to say. It's like one of those words that just after a while you just go, this word no longer has any meaning for me. It's just a collection of weird sounds.
Be right back.
Okay, that will proliferate.
Ow.
That will proliferate most of them. I may have to pull it in from this side. If I load from here, they will have been accelerated.
Accelerated.
Yeah, well, SV is feeding them directly, which is super duper efficient, but no good if I need access to them before they get pushed in. Unfortunately, all apart from that one, because maybe if I get rid of. Oops. No, 12. But yeah, on the other
You
platform.
just extend the belt out.
Extend it out? Huh? No, these particle broadband machines drop on the belt and directly into the research pods. And if they do that, obviously I don't have a chance to proliferate them first.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Which is fine. So now they'll have to travel to at least somewhere. To at least there, I hope. And then I can do Henry's. I noticed, Henry, there's no more microprocessors arrived yet. Just you know, just commenting. Just commenting. I'm sure there's some on their way, but we need more. So, but bear in mind, we have 4 idle logistics vessels. And we have 1,000 in transit. But once we've got this problem sorted, I will put more research points into improving the logistics vessels. They can be souped up infinitely, I believe.
Yeah.
But for the moment, I will just I will make more efficient usage of your Jiminy flips here.
We have just under 500 here that aren't being taken yet for some reason.
That's because of the load capacity. So it'll only take
1,000.
I don't. It's only 1,000 for things that stack to a maximum of 1. But pretty much, yeah. That's the issue. Is it doesn't. It doesn't take them until there's a full load. You can reduce the load to 50%, but one of the weird things in this game, it's completely abstract whether or not it's the source or the destination percentage that applies, depending on whether it happens to be going or whether it's a push or a pull operation. And you have no control over this, apart from having logistics stations with no drones in it, and then you can control which one is in charge. But unfortunately, if you reduce the load, it gets a lot less efficient. So your throughput drops. But your objects per minute goes up, but your objects per hour goes down. Or your objects this minute goes up, rather.
Yeah.
I've already upgraded these. Yeah, we're still struggling. Oh, we're struggling on offload. Does that mean I dirt? No, we're waiting on microprocessors. We're waiting on something or other. I'm sorry, Henry. It does always seem to be the microprocessor. It's never anything else. It's just these.
They're great. 1,000 are now in transit.
Yes. I mean, I will genuinely let you know when they're all gone.
Yeah.
Because I have been grabbing them out the other storage there because we have a secondary tap and then shoving them through.
Yeah. How can I make more? Another line then.
What's the limit? What's slowing you down? Because bear in mind, we do have access to much improved smelters now. They're just expensive.
Hang on, are those level 2? There's assemblers level 3.
That is.
Hang on, smelters.
Yeah,
it's not the smelting. I've got basically a full line of copper and a full line of silicon coming in.
Right. So is it the speed of the belt that's the issue?
No, I don't think. I think that I think we could just put more things in. It's just the logistics of arranging this. I think I might just try and create another line.
Well, if it's the limit of the belt, you see, I can give you a quick crash course in pilers.
I don't think it's the belt limit currently.
Okay.
Well, at this bit. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got the resources, you can use a planetary logistics station as a autopiler because you just shove stuff in and shove stuff out of it. But the pilers are quite easy to use. I've just noticed we're having some.
We may have found the limit processor. What's that? Circuit boards. Maybe.
We appear to be running low on hydrogen.
What's that like? I just found what the limit is. Iron.
So this is where if you've got what I would do is I would pop a planetary logistics station down to supply iron, and then go and find an iron node and stick a gatherer on it, and it will then send all the stuff.
I think we have already got supplies of iron, so I could put a local one.
Yes. It's very easy, so you don't need to actually worry about finding it and running conveyor belts and all that stuff.
Yeah.
How is your planet, Max? You haven't said anything. Have you been lost?
I'm collecting iron. I need to. I have iron resources coming in. I need to do something with it.
Smelt it.
Smelt that.
Melted it.
You might find that you need to get more resources. And bear in mind, if it is a resource that is on the interplanetary network, you can just pop down an interplanetary network station, tell it what you want, and wait a couple of minutes, and it will just arrive. Hopefully. So assuming it's something that Dora is supplying, or somebody else is supplying with warpers. Whether or not that's the case, it's who knows. There's zero way we can check, I'm afraid, and that does annoy me.
Oh, that's a bit gash.
It's just no way to.
Because you were saying, it's a geothermal planet, so use geothermal power stations. Unfortunately, the one thing I don't have on me is photon combiners.
They're easy enough. They're copper, steel, and stone. So I assume. Sorry, they're copper, iron, and stone. So I think you should be able to make those.
Right. Okay. Anyway, for now I'm using wind just to get things going.
Yeah. Yeah, geothermals, each one is about 8 wind turbines or some such. Oh, here we go. The first 500 have arrived, Henry. And then,
good.
So this is the thing. This is why I have a problem. 1,000 arrived, 500 got sent out conveyor belts, and 500 of them went somewhere else on this planet.
Right.
So the 500 have now all landed in storage. The storage is now empty. And and they have now all been used up, all gone. Now I don't know where else we're using microprocessors on this planet. I might still be filling up a like a 10,000 capacity thing, but I feel I should be able to list all of the stations with names. And like here we've got one that is demanding. Why is that? So I have one here that's demanding microprocessors, but it's never received any. Oh, it has. Here we go. What's it doing with these? It's sending these. Yes. So these are all going to generate spaceships, which is a fair use, I think.
Yeah. All right, we're doing 500 a minute now, I think.
Well, pop a debris on it.
What debris?
Logistics traffic monitor.
Yeah, that's what. There is one. That's giving me 500 a minute.
Okay, I've just reduced the that we have a storage of ridiculousness for microprocessors at the spaceship end, so I've reduced the limit. I've nicked all the spares, so I'll shove those on.
Yeah.
We are still. Oh, good. We are actually overloaded on deuterium. That's good. But we are waiting on deuterium. Hold on, I think we may have a traffic jam then. So you're going to... hold on, you're going... that doesn't feed this. I always try and think ahead just a little bit. Am I going to come back here? Am I going to try and extend what's here? Your angle's too wide. Right, so if I do that, so that's set up to supply deuterium, but can I just send deuterium into it? Yes, I can. Excellent. So I've got this situation where the deuterium is going... Oh, hold on. Oh, no, what are we doing? That's going into... Okay.
Board of coils has been upscaled a little bit.
Good. I'll start some research off soon, and I'll try and work out what our limits are. I mean, our limit is microprocessors, unless Henry has done something brilliant. Because I'd like to... My personal goal for, I'll say, this season of DSP is to hit the maximum efficiency for ore the game has possible, which I believe is a 100% efficiency. So for every 100 units of ore you mine, the vein reduces by 0 units. I believe that's as efficient as you can get. So that's my personal goal. And then, I don't know how this works mathematically, because that's obviously stupid. And the limit to that one is just white. It's just white cubes. So we need a awful lot of white cubes. Also, I did have a look in my single player at the size of my Dyson. My Dyson Sphere. So my Dyson Sphere, my single player, is about 8 gigawatts. So just for comparison, the UK at its highest peak pulls 65 gigawatts. So their scale factors are they're off by what? Like a million, like 10 million, like many orders of magnitude off.
Yeah.
We don't really know how big the worlds are.
Yeah, you're quite correct, Shalko. That this is a good point. The sun might only be the size of a grapefruit. I hadn't considered that.
I guess physics does pose a limit on what kind of gas thing can go nova. So actually you can't have like very small stars.
Yes, but our wind turbines and our solar panels are not outside the realms of sensible solar and air. Can I find a solar panel? Actually, I can just have a look. So solar panels are about 360 kilowatts. So those are pretty good solar panels. 360 kilowatt that's the roof of a warehouse sort of sized solar system thing. Your wind power 300 kilowatts, which again is that's pretty good. That's a pretty good turbine. It's not amazing. We have turbines. What's the biggest turbines? So the biggest turbines currently are 14 megawatts. Now, obviously, I understand game balancing, but our Dyson sphere is just simply, it's just, I don't know, 1,000 or 1,000,000 or 10 million times out. I nearly said 10 million orders of magnitude out, but that really would be spectacular.
Oh wow.
Would it be inaccurate? Astronomical is like a word of superlative differences or big numbers.
Yeah, but 10 million orders of magnitude out means a number with 10 million zeros in it. We don't. No one deals with numbers like that. Like that, there aren't that many atoms in the universe. Sort of number.
I have a daft question to ask.
Yes.
What does stone look like?
You don't need to. Just press press H for your detail display and click on the picture of the diamond if you haven't.
Oh, I have a stone vein.
TMI.
H.
I'm
one.
sorry, Max. I said that
Okay.
I had a pack of Doritos earlier and I called you a beautiful person, but you weren't here, so I just thought I would re-say it. So I had an apple and some Doritos. So that is
Healthy option.
is a healthy meal.
Yes.
It wasn't really a meal.
Only 5 a day, that is, I'm sure.
Oh, that's 2 of my 5 a day, an apple and Doritos. Doritos is a
Yeah.
vegetable.
Yeah.
Okay, our purple generation is now looking glorious because I put like 12,000 processors in. 400 a minute. That's much more like it. Well, it isn't. It isn't. 400 a minute is all well and good, but not when we need another 8,000 for our. Well, I guess it's only 20 minutes, isn't it? Say what I'm tempted to do is to refactor these from white generation into research, and then it just has to get given whites. That slows down our generation of whites very slightly, but not notably, but does speed up our consumption of whites quite a lot. And the rendering on the white cubes is definitely DAS ultra levels of whiter than white. Sorry if you're American, you don't know what I'm talking about.
That's not that challenge.
Tell me you're old without saying you're old.
Soundies are getting so violent today.
What's violent?
Soundies. I guess I get the word wrong, but referring to movies by the fact that they are voiced.
Why is that? Oh, it's working now. I still swear there is a bug. So this stack of proliferation, I have 10 items, 9 of which have a 22.5% buff, and one of them has a 20% buff. What? Oh, that's not even
They
different.
changed the rounding in a recent patch.
I think what it is, I think it's if it doesn't mean that. What it means is there are, but like all of these have got different stacks. Now we are only proliferating with the top level, but I think if you've got really fast things going past, I have a sneaky suspicion that not everything gets proliferated. Because in my single player, I ended up proliferating stuff twice to ensure it all got it on air. Maybe it's a bug with stacked items, because they don't patch this game very often. They do big patches, that they don't seem to do little ancillary patches that I've noticed. But let's assume that is the issue. And we will reproliferate. Oh, I bet you I'm not... Oh, I'm sending back all of the whites here, aren't I? So now what's the issue? Microprocessors, not quantum chips, sorry. And now we did have an issue with not enough hydrogen, but I think I fixed that just by not being an idiot. But that... did we pop Casimir crystals on the interplanetary network? Does anybody know?
Golden Waterfall is stealing them within the system.
So
I don't know about export.
well, let me request, as long as you've got one of them on the, as long as you've got it on an interplanetary one. Because we are demanding them. Oh, maybe we are. See, this is the thing. This is Debs, if you're watching.
Yeah.
This planetary logistics station is demanding Casimir crystals and has none. Does it have none because there are none on this planet? Does an interplanetary station request them? Because otherwise we're going to end up with an awful lot of redundant interplanetary stations.
Optical grating crystal is being supplied, and that's
Yes.
quite near the things.
I know for a fact I am requesting optical grating and unipolar magnets.
Why is this not sending any?
Because we don't need very many. They're for manual crafting. We really don't need very many. Okay, let's do...
They can be used for other stuff.
Okay, so I have now got an interstellar station here with 50 warpers, but no spaceships. That would be definitely a limit on its throughput.
Landing on Ash.
So I've got an interstellar station here with remote demand for Casimir crystals and warpers and logistics vessels, and they are not. Who has any clue about that and can make it work? Because I don't.
Wait, where's the supply at?
I don't know. This is what I mean. I
Oh,
have
okay.
no idea and no way to check.
For which item?
But there is one supplying.
I think Schalke said there was.
Yeah,
I mean-
Ash is supposed to be making them.
Making? No. We can just.
You're supposed to.
No, hold on. Can't we? Yeah. Are you making them from the cheat way? What is it? Oh yeah. No, that's optical grate. Okay, there's no cheat way. Sorry, I was thinking of a different material. I mean, I can soup up a production up here, but obviously what we're trying to do is not. Casimir crystals are mostly hydrogen limited. Laura hydrogen. And Casimir crystals way down the chain are stopping us making graviton lenses at the right rate, which is affecting green cubes and warper production. But we're about to get 6% more efficient veins, which should take our vein efficiency to 51%. So we are getting almost 2-to-1 out of the veins. That we're about what? 1.5 whites per second. Gonna be a little while. I'm hoping that, say, they do implement some sort of a thing here where I can just see all of the things going within the system, all of the spaceships. And I can't even hover over the spaceships and see what they've got in them. Sometimes they have things written on them and sometimes they don't. Don't know what the rule is there.
So the Casimir crystals are being fed into plane filter production, but you wanted to import them somewhere else?
That's cool. Plane filter production would be great. We have plane filters here, 0. Oh, that's planetary. I'll tell you what. Let me just do interplanetary on this one as well, because it's the same location. Local demand, remote demand, and nothing. So I don't know. I mean, I would guess, but it's only a guess, that you don't have any there.
Any of what?
Plane filters. So let me explain to you what I feel is going on, like an idiot, and you can tell me where I'm wrong. So on Dora World, I have an interstellar logistics station. Let's call it crystals and planes. It is doing a local demand of jumpers. It is also doing remote demand of both plane filters and Casimir crystals. Nothing is happening. All of the logistics vessels are here. Now, your system, you have an interstellar logistics station with plane filters in it, but no jumpers. Is that correct?
It's filling up with plane filters. Seems like it's not hitting the stack. It's being made. They are being made quite slowly.
There you go. I've just right. So I've just halved the throughput required. So I've just said
They're not going to ship until at least like 1,000 are available.
Yeah. This is the thing. I can't see how many available. There's no clue without Schalke looking. Okay, because my question was, is the game smart enough so that it will go, well, this end has warpers and your end doesn't, but it does appear that is the case. It's all good. I just had to, well, what I did, I set the mid-loader vessels to 50%. I mean, I can set it lower than that. Ooh, there we go. 53%. Nice. Oh, there's a research that doesn't require purples. Let's do that. Now, I suspect 2 places on this planet are requesting plane filters, but I have no way of checking. Oh, in fact, there it is. So I can take that out of this one then. I won't. Now it says in transit 956. What happened to the other?
It was somewhat short of 1,000. It's doing some
No,
thing.
No, there was 1,000. Now there are 956. We've lost 54 of them, 44 of them. Unless they've been pre-allocated or something. But it's like I did find another place doing them, and then demand. Look, doesn't make any sense. I'm wondering whether or not we're breaking the poor game. So over here, so this is like U-Boat Schalke. This is a planetary logistics station with local demand for. Oh, did I say local supply? Local supply. That was my fault. Right. That's fine. Yeah, so plane filters, it's kind of okay. The problem is that that massive a chunk of plane filters, like I'm getting through them much quicker. So every time I go and check, I tear through the plane filters in a quite short period of time. So by the time I come back going, do we have any? They've all been used up. So it looks like we're not getting any, when in fact we are.
It's quite a trickle. Not so strong as it should be.
But this means that we are lacking Casimir crystals, but it doesn't matter. because we only use
There's
those.
quite a lot of Casimir crystal here.
Yeah, but we only use them to make flame filters. I don't think they have another use, actually. Do they? No, they are only used in flame filters. They have no other use whatsoever. So go hog wild. Yeah, so now I'm hanging around here. Those 1,000 plane filters, we're now down to about 700. So we are getting through them, but not that fast. These are Mark 3s? Oh, they're only Mark 2s. Oh, good. We are also at the point where you should think about upgrading assembly machines to Mark 3. Which does require a slightly awkward material that is only made in one place in our whole base, but no. We have literally zero. Now Henry has solved the processor issue. We don't have any particle broadband. How will I get my particle?
Oh yeah, getting the blame.
Yeah, but now I don't have any particle internet. I'll tap those off because I do need them occasionally. And these all Mark 3s, yeah.
How much power does this space thing need, by the way?
It needs
Very.
it needs an awful lot to start with, and then not very much. So it charges up, but you can set the rate at which it charges. So if you open up the system, you can see there's a slider at the top, and that lets you choose how quickly it charges. You can
slide at the top.
Yeah, max charging power.
Oh, there. I see. 60 megawatt.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not producing very much at the moment.
Yeah, but you can reduce that. I mean, you don't need it high up at all.
No, I'm going to let it leach the system dry because the system's actually not doing bugger all right now anyway.
Yeah, once it's charged, it then to be fair, in reality, it will never need any power because it will be things remotely. I don't know if the ships recharge. Ships have a power, but we never really see it. It doesn't show it to us. It just they arrive and then they recharge and then they fly off. Like we can never see a ship's charge or anything like that, and they charge so quickly. It's
a lot of titanium here, by the way.
Cool.
I'm actually having to make some things though, so I can get some geothermal stuff going.
Yeah. Well, what you want to do, see, is make a mental shopping list for next time. Oh, I should have definitely brought more
PCBs.
Yeah, I mean, you can always. It's always quicker, by the way, to slap down a production machine, feed the thing in, make it make what you want, and go off and do some more logistics and come back, and then it will have made like 500 of them while you were doing something else. And then, when you go and do something else, it will make another 10,000 or whatever.
Yes, let's just get the. Yes, let's do that.
Now, why aren't we researching? So, Shaka, did you say you were making a bunch of greens, or you were making graviton lenses?
I was working towards that direction.
Doesn't really answer the question, though.
I have diamond production and strange matter might be picking up.
Because
I've set up the factories for graviton lens.
Yeah, because graviton lenses would probably be more useful. No, it wouldn't. Greens or graviton lenses is equally useful. Although we have a pretty good quantum chip. Oh no, we totally don't have enough quantum chip generation here. So. That's the thing in this game. You are always not enough of one resource, and you crank that up, and then you just move the pinch point somewhere else. I mean, either you complete the game. Those are the only two situations you can really have. But yeah, I've just burned through all of those plane filters, and we don't have any quantum chips left now. Like, we're not making enough Casimir crystals, or we were.
So this geothermal power station has to be built on lava, apparently.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, you know what? I thought you're on a lava planet. The deeper
I thought there was as well, but it's not.
Oh. So look.
It's got like red scores and things on the surface, but I don't know what they are. But they're not for unless you have to do something to like expose the magma.
If
You don't have a sea on the planet?
If you head forwards, no, just slightly left, left 90. What's that? Stop there. Stop there. What's that? That
Like
not
water.
Is it water?
It looks like water.
Oh, it's sulfuric acid on that planet. That lava. If you press M,
Oh wow!
you can see what the
M for mother.
for map. See, you've got sulfuric acid, whereas I think hot singles has magma. Yeah, so you've got a sulfuric acid thing, whereas hot singles has got lava ocean. So yeah, there is no. Yeah, you've got sulfuric acid, which is not very useful. Can you burn
It's just
it?
wind.
Yeah, wind. Well, wind and solar and
I need to make more wind turbine collections.
yeah.
We are on excess on the plane carbon, right?
On what side?
Is it okay to import the
Import what? Carbon? What game are you playing?
plane carbon? Not tubes and not like coal, but intermediate of that.
Coal turns into energetic graphite. What are you talking about?
And energy graphite turns into graphene.
Yes.
Graphene I'm talking about.
Graphene. You shouldn't need to. Graphene is one of the easiest things in the universe to get. As long as you have a gas giant in the system. I don't think we have anything on the interplanetary because it's so easy. Yeah, but Golden Waterfall has hydrogen, and it just comes fire ice. Sorry, and you can get it from fire ice.
Oh, fire ice, but I don't have any collectors here.
Ah,
I'm going to ship some iron ingots using my interstellar station.
yes.
How do I make sure it can?
Well,
I've got-
so plonk it down. Make sure it's got power.
No,
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
did you call it an interstellar station?
no, but I shall now.
Click on the white circle and click on iron ingots.
Yep.
And then you want to set it, in this case, you want to send it to me. So what you'll want is...
Oh, I've got a maximum amount, so say, I don't know,
10,000.
1,000.
No,
so-
10,000. What, you're sending
10,000,
out.
okay.
Yeah. Remember, you can always grab them out of it if you need them, and then set
No,
it to
Okay.
local demand, remote supply. So this means
So I've got a remote supply button, and then... Sorry, remote,
so
remote
you want-
supply,
so you
and then
want-
which one?
local supply.
Local supply.
Sorry, local demand, remote supply. So that
local
means...
demand,
Yeah.
remote
So that
supply.
means that station will demand other iron ingots from anywhere else on your planet, and will
Yep.
send iron ingots to other planets.
When it's full.
When it's probably got about 1,000 or 1,800 or whatever we've got, 1,000.
Okay.
But that also means that if you have on the other side of the planet another iron generation setup, you don't need to run a conveyor belt. All you need to do is pop a planetary one down on the other side, and then
And conveys between them.
and then it will convey. But you need to have logistics drones, which I bet you don't have any of.
No, I have none, I think.
It's not surprising.
Yeah.
Okay, and how is our?
No, I've got to work out how to make those from iron, so...
I do love
You might
cats.
create- If we're making wind turbines. Is it worth me just coming back to there and grabbing a whole shed load?
Maybe.
I was uncompromising the capabilities of this base to make wind turbines to make, Actually, I don't know.
I was told to shut down wind turbine production, but there should be a stock still.
A stock. Yes, an entire galaxy's worth of wind turbines is still available. Buy now at the low price of please take them away. Where's it gone?
Why don't you just shove them all into an interstellar thing?
Yeah, I like
the demand.
Set it to export, and I'll pull them wherever.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Okay, I shall,
Let me just work out what the hell they are. Yes, that's a good plan. I didn't destroy the wind. I just removed one. But we have 6,000 wind turbines. Interstellar logistics station. It doesn't have warpers. I do it by hand. Don't think we're going to need it that often. Somehow.
So local demand, remote supplies to send them out. So if I go.
So you can ignore the local.
Remote demand.
Yeah, you can ignore the local. Obviously, that's just irrelevant for.
And I just want 500. No, maybe less than that. 100. 200. That'll do.
Remote supply. Okay. Go grab another few stacks. But yeah, the reason I had to stop it, Shaq, because you filled up your skyscraper of wind turbines. We were just the whole thing was coming to a halt because of wind turbines. That's I thought I'd say.
With so many turbines.
Well, it's a lot less now because I've just shoved. Because obviously the interstellar logistics station will take 10,000 turbines.
Hungry.
Oh, that's not good. I don't know if you watched the stream. I just dragged 1,000 in, and then it went from storage 1850 to storage 850.
Is that not mathematically correct?
No, because there's none in transit. They just disappeared.
No, that means that somewhere else already just took them.
But no, I would have seen in transit. They don't warp somewhere else, do they? They have to travel.
I've seen it just disappear. If another station sent a vehicle to pick it up.
But I would have seen it. Oh right, so if it, I see what you mean. So if it just left with 100. Wait, why the fuck would there be another one on this planet with? That's how, I may have turned the wind turbine production back on, by the way, because I've just shoved them all into the interstellar planetary station. Interstellar planetary station. Yeah, no, there you go. Look, another 1,000 of them just disappeared. Where the fuck? I have to follow one of these two drones. Brilliant. See, this is stupid. Great, it wasn't that one. Is it? So yeah, Max, I did put something in, but somebody else nicked them.
Right.
But give it a moment. Because I'm lost. Right, if I say local demand, does that mean it will just nab them back off somebody else? If you reduce, by the way, the min load of... Oh, shit, I can do that. Because I'm sending, not receiving. And you have set to remote demand on your wind turbine demander.
Local supply remote demand.
Okay.
It says there are 1,000 in storage, in transit none, max 200.
You have 1,000?
No, that's what it says.
So you have 1,000?
No, this is looking at the intertesticular station number 92.
Yeah, and you said
it says storage,
yes,
1,000, in transit 0,
right.
max 200.
So I'll say it for the fourth time, and I'm not going to change any words. So you have 1,000 then?
I don't know what that means.
You have 1,000 wind turbines?
No.
Yes.
How have I got them?
It's not
Nothing's
max.
appeared here.
That's not max storage. That's current
Use
storage.
filter on belt.
No, just click on it. Just click on it. Right click on it as you did before.
Right click on it.
Right click on the wind turbine as you did before.
Yes.
Then drag the slider somewhere, and you'll have that many wind turbines in your inventory.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, so that's storage. Is how many is in storage. You can run them out with belts if you want, or you can just grab them directly.
I did have a belt trying to take them out, but I don't think the belt.
You have to set a filter on the belt. That's a requirement.
Oh, okay. That'd be why then.
Yeah. I need to work out. So Shaka did have a wind turbine production facility somewhere in this clusterfuck.
I am trying to re-establish that local business.
You shouldn't need to because I suppose I'd have to run it across. Again, I want to be able to ping for the resource I'm after. I want to be able to say, find me the nearest thing producing this, find me the nearest storage item with this in it. I mean, the best I can do is to follow these two conveyor lines back, which is going to rapidly become impossible, I think. That one's making oil refineries, which is off because we really do not need 100,000 oil refineries. We've got many thousands though. This is where being able to put little signs down would help too. Or shared memos would be nice.
Just being on many planets also helps with that.
Wind turbines, wind turbines. Bear in mind, Mac, you're now the custodian of 1,000 wind turbines. Oh, no, wait,
981.
No. You can click and drag those in a nice line.
Oh, right.
Make life easy. Oh, found it. Okay, so where does it go? Oh, in fact, we never stopped making wind turbines, it doesn't seem. But we have stopped because we're backed up with assembling machines. And we're backed up with Tesla towers is the issue. Why are we going in this direction? Okay, well, let me turn off the... No, hold on. Aha, right. Yeah, we never... I turned off the production of level 1 sorters, level 1 production wind turbines, and Tesla towers all in one go. I have to turn off Tesla towers though because we have maxed out our storage on that. But I'll put a memo icon to remind me for the next time I forget. Because the memo icons stick out quite a long way, they're quite easy. What's the house making? It's a building. Wind turbines. Bear in mind, this is not a fast production of wind turbines. Probably doesn't matter. But yeah, if you need wind turbines, let me know. It'll have to be fed in by hand because it is on just... There's no easy way to feed them across. Well done on solving the power problem, Max, and bonus points for being completely green about it. Apart from we had to ship it, you know, the carbon miles on that is absolutely awful, though.
That means I can start, instead of making PCBs and that thing, I can just go, you know what, I can just send you some iron ingots.
Yes.
Which I'm now going to got a lovely guide of turbines, just telling me which way to go, which is great.
I may have to alter my frame rate limit because my frame rate is no longer consistently 144. What can I do? speed all this. In fact, hold on. Where do we send these quantum chips to? Right, it's the surplus. The ones we don't turn to spaceships. Are we still sending spaceships up? Yes. So for everybody who is in the initial system, bear in mind our Dyson swarm is currently generating 15% of the energy that we need. That's not enough.
Wow. Dyson
Lost Ark
swarms
came
or a
online.
Dyson sphere.
Say again?
So that's swarm or the sphere? I didn't quite hear. Sorry.
Oh, the sphere is generating. The sphere is generating 4 gigawatts. The swarm is generating 26 megawatts, and we are requesting a total of 4.4 gigawatts, and we are requesting 27 gigawatts from it. So we are not even close. So I've seen people popping up playing it all evening, but I guess they were just going in, coming out, going in and coming out.
38 minutes ago, all deployment issues have been resolved. Our new launch time is 10:15 p.m. UTC. Thank you for your patience as we work out these final steps. 14 minutes ago, we have received reports that characters are missing. We are taking servers offline to get this resolved.
I'm sorry, they said I love that. That is the worst thing to say on a launch day. All deployment issues have been solved. Don't say that. All known deployment issues is as optimistic as I would dare go.
Yeah, brackets, no regression testing.
Yeah.
Just fix it.
Yeah,
Fix it fast.
Hilarious.
Where is it? Dora World is out of power. But bear in mind those numbers I gave you. That's the rate for the whole system, for everything using it. Dora World's at 80% satisfaction at this time of day. Just, I suppose, all right. I wonder if not hot singles, Matty is creating enough power to charge the thingy jigs.
Well, it seems it's not discharging. Like it's full of the
Yeah. Well,
charger.
it's charged. It says right now, real-time battery data, charging power 675 megawatts, which is enough for what? 12 accumulators? Not accumulators. 12 energy exchangers. Is that how many you've got there? I guess you're off gallivanting, aren't you, in other...
Yeah.
Let me go check that. Yeah, so we've really... A lot of it is our antimatter production. So we've really overdone antimatter production, thanks to Max's sterling efforts last time. So yeah, power production at Dora World is at a bit of a premium.
If you want, there are solar panels on Mirror. Don't the ray receivers like split off the Dyson sphere?
Yeah, that's the problem. We've got way too many ray receivers and not enough. We don't have enough solar sails being launched. Let's look at Matty. Yeah. So Matty's all right. Matty's actually got spare power, so that's fine. I don't know how the game's smarts work. Like, if you've got enough wind power, does it not pull any power from the Dyson sphere? I have no idea.
You could ease that by taking the receivers off Matti.
You're joking, right?
No,
Do you know how many there are?
a couple. You could ease that off, and then it would balance
A couple.
with the rest.
A couple. Now, I ringed the South Pole with ray receivers, so we've got constant ray generation on Matty.
bring generation to Matti, which doesn't need it.
Yeah, it does, because
Dora World does need.
Matty generates all of Dora World's accumulators. And I don't think you're... Yeah, hold on, so... Let me just... I can show that to you.
You're like wasting wind when you are replacing wind with the
Well, no,
receiver.
this is what I mean. I don't understand. I don't have a clue which takes priority. But if you look, Matty is only, 10% spare. So it's consuming bugger all. That massive purple bit is the charge. We have very little spare capacity on Matty. Unfortunately. But unfortunately, I mean, I know me as a big fan of antimatter fuel rods, but the resources we need for those are strugglesome right now. I assume that Deuteron fuel rods do end up as a net gain if you feed them then back into a fusion power plant. I assume you get more than...
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really good.
But as we wait, obviously our power generation will go up on Dora World. But as, for example, as Henry builds more stuff on Hot Singles, obviously Hot Singles is pulling more power from the sphere as well. Not specifically blaming you, just saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to put a few more geothermal things on Dora World.
Yeah. I hope you're not, because that's really going to go badly.
Hmm?
But if you meant on Hot Singles, that's cool.
Yeah. What was I saying?
You said Dora World.
Yeah, I meant Hot Singles.
I've opened up a new volcano.
Yeah, it's currently pouring out lava. Everything will be fine. Just hang on a minute.
I mean,
Well, you can make them. You can open up. You can make them do that, can you?
No, but this. I mean, I think to a degree the devs haven't thought big enough. I'd love to crack the planet's crust open and start tapping heat out of that. Yes, but no.
Just balancing that interstellar makes sense would be more basic step in that direction.
But I mean, I don't care about balance as much as I care about... I want to be able to destroy planets in this game. I want to be able to shrink them by using all the resources. I want to start tearing open the crust to get at the mantle and the core. You know, proper... I want to be able to build a space laser and point it at a planet I no longer want and destroy the entire planet and then pick up all the chunks from space. Think big.
Yeah. Do that on star systems. Wait.
And the achievement would be called Fully Operational Battle Station. That'd be perfect. But I mean, this game has that sort of scale. I mean, that would be really very cool.
Yeah. The sci-fi book I read where that was something that they did. Basically fired stuff at planets and broke them.
Yes. Get the soft, gooey insides.
I mean, in that particular case, there was some special material that was only inside planets that they used, but that'd be pretty cool if you had to unlock of, hey, here's some resource that you couldn't get at before.
Yes, I mean, in reality, of course, what would happen is you would go, cool, now you have access to 100 million iron. You're like, oh, brilliant.
Yeah. Here's some nickel as well.
Oh, we are out of diamond, silicon diamonds, what are they called?
Wait.
Crystal silicon.
There should be some on the
Crystal
planetary
silicon.
network.
Crystal silicon.
Oh. Now, where is that on
Check
this
that
planet?
Matti doesn't have conveyance problems.
No, we actually make these locally. And it looks like because Henry sped his bit up and I sped the other bit up, we've just outrun the diamond production.
You could beef that up with importing.
I expect we could. Well, I can beef it up by copy pasting initially, because that's the easiest thing. And then speed that up. And see, the thing is, we're suffering from power issues. What I want to do is just upgrade these smelters to Mark II smelters. But Mark I smelters use 300 kilowatts. Mark II smelters use 1.4 megawatts for double the speed. So it's 6 times the power usage.
What's the thing you're after? Not diamond.
Crystal silicon, the green diamonds.
Right. Okay. Got diamonds here.
I mean, I can try.
Something different.
I can try just requesting it from. This is the thing, and I'm afraid the redundancy is going to get ridiculous. There is no physical way I can just run around and sort that out. So I just need to pick an interplanetary station and say, remote demand diamonds, and hope some turn up. But I'm going to end up not being able to scout the entire bloody planet to check, and therefore just popping a new one down, and we'll end up with just so much, much redundancy. Okay, crystal demand. Do we have any locally?
Supply.
In theory now, if crystal silicon turns up on the interplanetary or planetary networks, it will just work. So I'm building stuff on the basis at some point in the game everything will be on the network, so therefore I can just belt and braces what I need with the logistics network, and at some point somebody would, even if they're doing it for their own purposes, then it would just turn up and start to work for everybody else, and they'll be like, wow, I didn't realise there was this much demand for it. But yeah, it does not look like we have any interplanetary or planetary crystal silicon. And this is why...
Well, we have 1,000 in transit of the iron ingots.
Oh.
From here.
Good. I have no idea where it's going, of course. It might not even be going to Dora, it could be going anywhere. That's the silly thing. Local supply, remote demand.
Oh, that is. Oh.
Right, I'm gonna park. My God, the amount of people on my friends list playing Lost Ark tonight is insane. Okay, it's 2, but I've seen people actually starting and stopping it all night long, which is probably a less of a positive thing.
Can't get in. Oh well, never mind. Can't get in. Oh well, never mind. Can't get in. Ah, shit.
Well, this is the thing. I mean,
It's hilarious.
people be bitching about it like any MMO ever launches smoothly. The only ones that launch smoothly are the ones without very many players.
So you said you wanted copper ingots, iron ingots,
Magnets.
magnets, which
Yeah.
are the ring ones, aren't they?
Just out of curiosity, if you press M, are any of the resources available on that planet particularly high or low?
I don't know what high or low counts as.
Well, you can see the
In
range
the
of
tens
numbers.
of millions.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what a high number is,
Well,
so I'll just read them out. Okay.
What's the highest number?
The highest number is copper ore, 20 million.
That's a lot. Oh, do you have any that
iron
are
ore-
small?
Yeah, silicon ore, 1.3 million.
Yeah,
Coal,
so
162,000.
yeah, so coal, you have basically no coal. That's just so you can not get stuck. But yeah, you've bugger all coal, so don't rely on it.
Yeah.
What about iron and titanium?
Iron ore, 18.1 million.
Yeah,
Titanium ore, 14.8 million.
yeah. So you've got basically iron, copper, and titanium galore.
And silicon.
Well,
1.3 silicon.
1.3 million. Yeah, I mean the thing is, there's no reason not to hook it up, but yeah, other planets are more plentiful for that.
Right.
Right, I'm just going to leave it on the screen so you can watch the words. Our L is complete, by the way. Tiny milestone.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Take
That's
the
it,
L.
yeah.
Sorry, Shaka?
Take the L.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to go get a drink and you could explain to Shaka what I'll have an L, please, Bob, means.
No.
We had a game. What was it called again?
Same show.
Yeah. No, what was it called? I can't remember. Blockbuster.
Blockbusters.
where you had to choose a letter, then you had a quiz question to answer on that letter. If you got it, you then got the letter.
Yeah, it's on a grid system.
Make a hexagonal grid.
Yeah.
Wheel of Fortune?
No, Blockbuster, I think.
Yeah, blockbusters. Yeah. Do we put sensible things onto the logistics network, like conveyor belt Mark 1s, for example?
No.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
I need some, and I don't want to have to start making factories to build them, that's all.
I'll just request some Mark 3s. Probably.
Are they on the belt? On the system?
Maybe. But
I am hooking them up.
it's better to
they
go for
have
them rather than...
vessels.
Yeah.
So there's only about 1,000 of high mark belts, but they are being produced.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for some basic ones where that's stupid.
DJ wouldn't like, but that's okay.
I'll try and get
that.
some. Local supply, correct demand. And I want 300. It's giving me 1,000. Like, oh shit.
Only 300? Why not 3,000?
I don't want to be greedy and deprive everybody else of them.
That's not really. I moved off from my storage things, so now it's on demand. I can burst only what the power supplies.
So now that Shalko has been enlightened, you will understand that the funniest and rudest thing I heard on television as a child was the phrase, "I'll have a pee, please, Bob." Unless you're all, quite frankly, too young to remember blockbusters.
I think that's only a local thing.
Oh, it's only a British thing. We had a theme song, which I could sing, and they had a dance. And then the audience members and the contestants would all do the dance at the end of the show. The 80s. Ooh, I'm out of unipolar magnets. Brilliant, let's go get some more.
What was the phrase?
I'll have a pee, please, Bob. Which sounds a little bit like, "I'd like to go to the toilet, Bob." He said pee. And then, yeah, "I'll have an E, please, Bob." At the height of the...
Bob would say, "E's are good." I have to remind myself of the theme tune. Going for gold was better.
What was better, sorry?
Going for gold.
Going for gold, theme tune.
The heat is on, the time is right. It's time for you to remember this line. I used to come back from college in time to watch Going for Gold, like specifically.
So does my grandma.
Wow.
Oh, your grandma came back from college.
Oh yeah, she's always hanging around here.
Surely your grandma's moved on to Pointless by now.
She has moved on.
I fucking love Pointless.
6 foot under.
Thanks, Max.
I've lost... There we are. No, I really like Pointless. I find I do quite well at Pointless.
There is a tidally locked planet that has now 6 chargers. That can help with Dora World if there's sufficient capacity to discharge them.
Well, no, we're fully discharging.
That can be ramped up.
Well, it can't.
What they can do.
It can and it can't. So the issue is the limiting factor, the pinch in the hourglass is soil. As seems to happen quite a lot. I don't have enough soil. Nope. I have soil. Aluminium soil.
Do you see in the news there's something about a planet orbiting Alpha Centauri? No, sorry, I mean Proxima. Oh, what is it?
Proxima
Centauri?
B? Proxima A?
Centauri.
Proxima Doxima?
I think it might be Proxima Centauri. Anyway, the close one, and possible ability to sustain life.
Is this about the planning permission?
No. No.
Let's hope
The thing
not.
that I found funny was that a couple of articles I read about it, sort of in parentheses said about feasibility of getting to it, humans reaching. This is something that's over a light year away. Well, it's ridiculous.
Well, it'd only take 10 years at 32,000 miles an hour. No, wait, percent. I'm out of it.
No. It's way further than that.
No, that was 1 light year. I don't know why I assumed it was 1 light year away.
Dead, Jim.
It's something like the fastest probes we've ever had. I think New Horizons went something like, I'm not looking at the numbers, but something like 390,000 kilometers per hour when it slingshotted around Jupiter. That would take something in the order of 150,000 years to get there. However, we could have postage stamp sized probes that we accelerate via powerful laser beams that could get there in merely 17,000 years.
Yeah,
not planning now.
Yeah, I seem to recall that the talk of the first generation ships that we'll send up won't be the first to arrive on new planets because they'll be overtaken by better technology we develop whilst they're in flight.
Yeah.
Let's be full of telephone sanitation engineers anyway. Yeah, there's probably something in that. So what you're saying is we should just wait indefinitely until it takes infinitesimally small amount of time to get there.
Yeah,
right?
well that's
if we wait long enough, we'll get teleportation or time machines.
But the advantage, of course, of having humans in flight out there, if something goes terribly wrong with Earth, then we've already got all the telephone sanitation engineers.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean,
Nice.
I have been following the SpaceX dibbly going on at the minute, which is all very exciting. With the they've now, for the show and tell, that's not what they call it, investors meeting, whatever they call it. They put the fully stacked Starship on the chopsticks, but again, still nobody has actually any idea what it's going to look like when it works. And they're now waiting on the FDA to approve the launch. And the launch will go around the Earth once, and then splash down the Pacific Ocean. So it won't try and land. That's not the goal. So yeah, I've been following all of the SpaceX stuff, and it's just amazing. It's it's interesting to see what's going on. It's amazing how much coverage there is of everything. Every little thing SpaceX does, someone is filming. So people doing like telescopic lenses of mildly uncovered stuff, and then analysing like the docking rings, going, "Oh look, they've changed the design of this docking ring here," or whatever. It's really cool, and I really can't wait to see what we get.
Okay.
Well, here's a thought experiment for you. Go ahead.
Did you see that there was a picture from James Webb released today?
No, I didn't see that.
Their
The
first,
dust cap again, is it?
not quite. Their first sensor reading, basically. It's
Oh,
the,
Is it worth looking at?
well,
Yeah.
not really. Just the fact that it works, basically.
I've got a picture of it. Don't get too excited.
No, but just it works. It's not broken. So
There you go.
that's the main thing of it. Stream.
Oh, it's got a primary mirror selfie as well. That's cool.
Yeah.
You think they would have sent it up with a test pattern, but no.
Like the little girl with the clown and the balloon.
Someone said that aligning so they have to align the mirrors, but they don't know which mirror is falling on the sensor. So someone said it's roughly akin. How many mirrors are there? Is it 36 or something?
18.
80. So imagine you're trying to do the alignment on an 80-wheeled truck. Oh, you don't know which wheel you're aligning. That's the sort of task they've got.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but they'll use a computer.
I think they do know which ones they're aligning. Actually, I think
They know which one they're moving, but they don't know.
No, they did figure it out.
Yeah, you have to wiggle the mirror and then see which
Yeah.
point of light wiggles, and that's that mirror.
Yeah.
Like someone at work recently said,
Yeah,
I
I see.
downloaded these several 100,000 GPS data points from that logged on someone's GPS sat nav system. We've given it to the analyst, and poor him, he's now going to have to put this into order and give us a meaningful product out of it. And he got a lot of this at various meetings, like, oh, poor him. I was like, just use a computer. That's what they're good at, organising data and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just people just don't.
Yeah,
I don't know where people's head is at.
I mean, I get this.
I
I get this endlessly about my 3D printer. Like, oh, that sounds like it took a long time. I'm like, yes, but I didn't fucking watch the 3D printer. I didn't well, I did sometimes, but that's not the point. The point is, I don't stand there with a word going, come on, I'm not involved. I hit go, and 50 hours later or whatever, it's done, and I go, wow, that's amazing. I wasn't actively involved in it.
Yeah, why watch it when you can spend time sorting out a time lapse?
Yes, or watching it,
and then watching that,
or watching it on my phone.
or just looking at it when it's finished.
Yes.
It's kind of there's a thing which people say about using the dishwasher. It's sort of like, yeah, but I can wash it up quicker. Yes, you might wash it up quicker, but then whilst you're putting it in the dishwasher, you're not washing it up. So it's
Yes, and also you can wash it up quicker using 4 times as much water.
Yeah. Well, it's the It was this thing about, again, electric cars and petrol stations. Like, I can fill it up quicker. I'm like, yes, but you have to go to a special place to fill up your car. So it's kind of quicker. But people are actually starting to sort of saying, look, I filled up my diesel car. I had to queue 15 minutes to get into the station. It took 4 minutes to fill it up, and then a further 3 minutes to pay. They're like, that's how much time it takes me to charge my electric car. But this is just not.
My car fills up when it's parked at home.
Yes.
I'm in a bit of trouble. I'll put a conveyor belt down, but it's put it down the wrong way around. How do I make it just return it the other way without delete it and put it down again?
You delete it and put it back down again. And learn your lesson, young man. Yeah, I wish there was a reverse option. Do you know what?
You can do it while you.
No, you can't. There's no way to. I've screwed it up loads of times. Oh, here comes Shelka. You know what I really miss? I really miss moral dilemmas. I don't have it anymore. We discovered that all morality is subjective.
Yeah, well, the ones I found yesterday were crap.
They were just awful.
Instead.
Yes. That's
Inspired by that thing about the
about the old man.
nearest planet.
Oh, okay.
Let's say that we realise the Earth is doomed. And we've got to get off it.
Can I just interrupt you there? You say that we are. Some scientists now believe we are now we're fucked, totally fucked. End of. No ifs, no buts. The methane production is now so high it's causing more methane, and we are already at the beginning of a runaway cycle that is not stoppable. So we might already be there. Cheerful thought for your Friday evening.
No, I hadn't heard that. What's the scale of this? Will it affect me?
It depends on your lifestyle, really.
What about my kids? Well, just tell the kids not to have kids.
Absolutely.
Okay. So let's assume we determine that the Earth is doomed. I mean, it is anyway, but let's just say, in fairly short order, much sooner than we realise. We're going to get off it. So we determine we're going to go to the nearest habitable planet. But we haven't got teleportation, we haven't got time travel, we haven't got
transportation,
stasis.
We Haven't got transportation.
We have transportation, but it's quite slow.
We have. It's very slow, right? So then you have to think about, well, do we just have generations of humans? That could be about it. As God knows what state civilization they'd be on this giant ship when they get there. We can't do stasis. Although I suppose, could we do stasis of eggs and sperm and so on? So we could maybe have it so that a robot wakes up when it's so many hundreds of years away from the destination and grows some humans. So then how are the humans going to learn to be human-like? Because if left to their own devices, they'll just be a completely new civilization, new language, no lessons.
Wikipedia.
Or do we just give them Wikipedia and YouTube?
Oh God, not YouTube. That's a terrible idea.
Videos?
What's the Netflix?
Things
Was
don't
it
have
another?
tidy beginnings.
TikTok. What do you search out?
I want to make references to things that I have stumbled in fiction and not be too obvious about it, to not to spoil too much.
I didn't hear what your reference was.
Things don't have the tidy beginnings.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, there was a documentary about this already, Izar, about humanity restarting itself, and Wall-E saved the spaceship, and then all the humans landed, and pretty much just it'll be like that. Everyone will be fat, and the robots will do everything for us.
Yeah, I think that is quite prescient.
Thank you.
Also, have you seen I Am Mother?
Oh, I haven't.
I
I haven't. Netflix thinks I should watch it though.
Yeah, it's. I'm not gonna say anything. It's interesting, but it's just like, oh, yeah.
I swear, somebody had just described the premise, or the opening premise of Raised by Wolves.
Yeah, but raised by robots, and you've got a whole action sequence with Wall-E just running up to it.
That James Webb selfie is awesome.
Yes. So your question is, how would we kickstart humanity on a generation ship that has artificial insemination and robots bringing everybody up? I mean, I'd assume that they would, put some teaching materials on there. Like, hello, you're just being born. You don't understand a word I'm saying, but I'm going to keep talking until you, as a human being, work out English. Here's a picture of an apple, and so on.
And wouldn't it be fine to have hunter-gatherers on a different star? Like, do we need to import the civilization? Just have biological humans there.
I don't know. I mean, think flipping the coin and starting again probably doesn't give you very good chances of survival, and as a rule you want the highest chance of survival you can.
Are you lagging a lot?
I don't know. Are you lagging a lot?
Well, yes, but is it my end or is it systems?
Do you mean
end?
low frame rate or something else?
No, taking ages to load stuff. I've clicked on an Interstellar station, it's still got loading.
That should happen instantly. That's all on the client, as far as I know.
Yep.
Have you read Project Hail Mary yet? Andy Weir novel?
No. I haven't
They get made into a
Right,
film, apparently.
Alt F4 out and come back in.
I haven't read a book in about... Well, that's not true. I maybe read one book a year, but I haven't actually... I just read a lot of books, but basically I haven't read a book in about 15 years. Very, very rare. I've read a couple. But yeah, I just if I have time to read a book, I have time to do something else, so I always do something else.
Yeah, well, I tend to listen to audiobooks, but sometimes get the Whisper Sync thing where you can open it as an ebook and pick up where you left off in the audiobook. That's very good.
I was quite
Anyway.
I was quite impressed earlier, by the way, because I as I mentioned, I spent I know it sounds weird, but there was a good reason for it. I spent the evening in my Tesla treating it as a mobile office. I ran Netflix, and Netflix started up and continued watching the video I was watching at home when I left, and I was like, oh, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, if only your car can drive you somewhere now.
Yeah. Well, it can just... Oh my god, I won't say it nearly killed me, that's very dramatic, but it went past a slip road and decided the slip road was the way we were going because there's a gap in the white paint there, and it just lurched heavily up the slip road. But as I am legally required to do, I was paying attention and I was holding onto the steering wheel, but I was like, no, you don't. Exactly.
What's the deal, by the way? I mean, the self-driving stuff, are you even able to turn it on? You're just not legally, or it's not even enabled?
So, Okay, so but the thing I mentioned earlier about this is exactly what you linked on that Ashley New video. Exactly, it saw a slip road and went, "Cool, we're going that way." So Tesla have 3 levels of self-driving. So the bottom one is called autopilot, and it is quite literally lane keeping and adaptive cruise control. There's nothing more than that. It's very It's very good at it. It is absolutely superb, but that's all it is. The next one is called enhanced autopilot, and that gives you things like summon and stuff like that. But the main thing it gives you is navigate on autopilot. So it will then attempt to follow the road, but not dumbly. It's following it with a destination in mind. That's £3,800, £3,400 extra. And then you have full self-driving, which in the UK is a complete waste of fucking money. So the only thing it offers you on top of navigate and autopilot, there's one thing: it won't plough through red lights. It stops for red lights. That's the only feature you get for another £3,400.
But you can't have in the UK.
You can have that in the UK, yes. And it will drive. You have to pay attention. You have to touch the wheel every 15 seconds, but it will drive from any 2 locations to anywhere else.
Right. So which have you got for yours?
I've got the base one because enhanced autopilot. It's all right, and the full self-driving, as I said, is completely useless on UK roads. They're just it gets too confused with stuff like people parking in the road because they don't do that.
And so, and what's the UK legislation with regards autonomy?
It can drive anywhere it wants. Only I have to pay attention, and it is not allowed to change lanes. It will say to me, "I'd like to change lane." I have to indicate, and then it will change lane because that's the law.
And is the Tesla bound by UK legislation? Or is it up to you? Can you override it, or does it have to comply?
It won't overtake. It obeys all appropriate local traffic laws, so it will not overtake without my permission, which is crap. That makes it basically useless because I want to basically just zone out rather than going, can I overtake, please? Yeah, okay. I'd like to pull up to there, please. Like, yeah, okay. But that's the legislation at this point, which is just
okay. I thought that like different countries or even different states have allowed different levels of autonomy.
In the States, yes, yeah, but I was talking about the UK.
It
So
will
in
do.
the UK, we haven't allowed any, or there's no legislation passed, or what?
So you can have autonomy, but you have to be paying attention, which I know is a bit of a misnomer, but it will go and panic, and you have to take over when it does immediately. It will beep at you. If you don't touch the steering wheel for 15 seconds, it will put a message on the screen. If you don't touch the steering wheel for another 15 seconds, it glows blue. If you don't touch the steering wheel for another 15 seconds, it beeps you and says, put your hands on the steering wheel. And if you don't touch it for another 15 seconds, fucking klaxons go off and it starts really screaming at you. And if you continue to ignore it for another 15 seconds, auto drive is cancelled for the rest of your journey. It puts you in
so are you saying that, according to UK law, are you saying that a hypothetical car that touts that it can be fully self-driving, as long as it makes you touch the steering wheel every 15 seconds?
No,
okay.
It's about 1 minute 15 seconds. You have to pay attention about every 1 minute 15 seconds. And apart from that, you must pay attention. You must be ready to take over at any point.
Is that what the law says, or that's just what the car makes you do?
The 15-second rule is definitely EU law. I don't know what particular subset falls under, but the 15-second thing is required by EU law. That's not in America.
If you're letting your Tesla drive itself on a UK road, and you close your eyes for 20 seconds,
it will.
I would be driving without due care and attention.
Yeah. I'm also not ready to take over at any point. I have to be aware the car might do something stupid, and then go. No, I don't think so. But yeah, that would be driving without due care and attention.
Being tested.
It's not. Well, this is the thing. We are getting in May the legislation for the automatic lane keeping ALCAS, automatic lane keeping assist system. So we actually get legislation which brings us up to. They call it ALCAS. I don't know why. It's level 3. It's the same level 3 that Germany just gave. It is literally, we've cribbed right off Germany's notes. This means that you will be able to have a car that will drive without you paying any attention whatsoever on a dual carriageway or motorway at speeds of up to 37 miles an hour. And you will be able to close your eyes, sit on your phone, do whatever. It is level 3 at that point. How the fuck that's going to work? No, officer, my car was driving itself, I promise. But it mostly means traffic. It's there for bumper-to-bumper traffic. But this means that Tesla can now apply for the ALCAS certification in the UK and the level 3 certification in Germany. This is now actual fact.
Okay. That's fine. So they're going to have a determination about who's at fault then. If it does crash, is it going to be you or the vehicle manufacturer?
If I'm under level 3 and it's driving, it's the vehicle manufacturer at fault, because I'm a passenger then. But bear in mind, the Tesla, it's a bit hit and miss on like A roads, because people park in the roads and it goes, I don't know whether this car's parked or what. It doesn't like that. On motorways, it is fucking bulletproof, and at 37 miles an hour. It is easily within its capabilities, no problems whatsoever.
Oh yeah, but then within days or months of this being allowed, there will of course be some faults that will be catastrophic, and then you're going to have to ride on our road to full autonomy. We're going to have to ride out some pretty rough events, aren't we? Like people get mown down by bad programming.
Well, yeah, I mean that's why at this point this is only on places where there are no pedestrians, which obviously helps. Won't last forever though, but yeah, Tesla will be applying for the level 3 certification, because this is the problem, is that the car is very capable, but they have no way of saying, they'll have a test course and the car will have to complete the test course and then do it. Because you've seen the NCAP test course where they have like a child on a child cardboard cutout they pull out in front of the Tesla and stuff. It surprises it. It's really cool what they're doing, the tests.
I wonder if there'll be so once you have to test individual cars, or it'll just be right, that make and model with that firmware version is now certified to do this level of autonomy, or will it be that your car will have to pass a test?
Oh.
I think if it's anything like the stuff I deal with, it would be this specific form of firmware version has been approved. Because then you say, right, you can type that. If it's not that version, it's not approved. Simple as that.
Yeah,
they will have to test on a. You can't say, let's keep testing on a platform that's moving. You've got to be like, it's this platform we've tested, and that's one we've approved.
Yep.
If you upgrade, is it minor? Is it major? Is it dealing with this particular piece of functionality? It's a lot like dealing with GAMP, really. You've got to score
recertification.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting point, because Tesla obviously make a huge deal about the fact they continually patch the car. That's one of the biggest points about the Tesla is this.
Well, they'll probably lobby to do their own certification then.
Well, EA lobby to do their own certification for games, and that mostly went okay. So EA certify their own releases on Xbox and PlayStation.
Okay, so they've got a good standing to be trusted.
Yes. And do you know why Burnout 3 went to number 1 in the charts?
So it's fucking fun.
Nope. Because Tiger Woods suffered from an issue that there were 7 golfers in the game, and if you chose one of them, the game crashed. Because 8 golfers, 7 of them worked, 1 of them didn't. So every single PS2 disc out there had a 1 in 8 chance of just crashing. So they had to recall everything. So they had a lot of marketing budget lying around, so they spent it all on Burnout 3. So yeah, occasionally EA did screw up on that. But yeah, that's a really interesting point though, because all manufacturers are adopting OTA. And iPatch. To be fair, the Tesla's fucking awesome. It's like Xbox. It just works. They don't screw up, and sometimes this one doesn't work. I wouldn't trust like Nissan or BMW to patch my fucking. I can't think of anything. like Apple, they don't screw up on patches. Windows, a little bit. I mean,
less than others, I suppose.
Yeah.
Apple, I'm saying.
yeah, but I mean, would you trust a car manufacturer to write software? Would you trust a car manufacturer to write software? Is probably the first thing.
Yeah, where's I?
Yeah. Well, as I said, my Fleer is brilliant. It is genuinely awesome bit of hardware, but my God, the software it comes with is so awful. Absolutely. You're a hardware manufacturer, I can tell.
Yeah.
I might trust IBM to write my software because they're pretty shit hot at software these days. In case you didn't know, that's what IBM are good at.
Right, software.
I write software for loads of things.
Yeah, OS2.
Right,
OS3's out soon, I hear.
Yeah, things like when you go to a McDonald's and you order your own food on the touchscreen, that's IBM made that.
Oh yeah, they're the ones behind a lot of the point of sale.
Yeah.
Well, sales infrastructure.
Yeah, you can't deny they're pretty good.
Well, I can, because the McDonald's point and touchscreen is fucking unresponsive as hell, so yeah.
Not any I've used.
Really? Maybe you just have lower standard. Well, yeah, but you use a BMW's infotainment. You probably think that 5 frames per second is acceptable.
I do not. This gets overridden the minute I get in here. Apple CarPlay, thank you very much.
That's one of my... one of the things...
Never used the BMW system.
Well, that's one of the things the Honda E had was a HDMI in. And I'm like, oh, that's brilliant. And I'd love that on the Tesla. Because then I could just hook my laptop straight up to it. But sadly, not the case.
My i3's got a separate cluster display, that you look at through the steering wheel.
Now, hold on. Let me pause you there. I told you the word for this the other day. And since I told you the word, I have heard this word so many fucking times.
What word?
The word for the instrument cluster display. Anyone remember it? No? Anyone in chat? No? Binnacle.
Well,
and
it's just another screen.
I've heard it so much since I found out what it was called, which was only the other day.
All I was going to say is that Apple Play takes over the big nav screen in the centre of the dash, and if the car needs to tell me anything, I actually get a little indicator on the in-call anyway, so...
Hello, please look over there, because there's something important over on the other screen.
Yeah, exactly. And I press a button to read it.
But why do cars...
Remember those? Remember buttons?
Yeah, I've got one for the hazard lights. Why do cars and other things like cars not talk to us?
They used to. I remember in the 80s I got in someone's family friend's car and he was giggling with glee at how it had a voice that would say, like, please fasten your seatbelts. Things like that. That's awesome.
Lou Anshin, binnacle is a new word on me as well, but it is the right word, and since I found it out only recently, I've heard it so much. Maybe people just said it, I didn't know what they were saying. It's a boat thing.
Sounds like it should come in pairs.
I've got a pair of binnacles, and you can't have a go.
So, do the subunits of United Kingdom make laws?
Oh,
and are they not states?
That's such a complicated question. Unlike, say, America, England was all formed... Sorry, the UK and Great Britain was all formed at different points with different rules, and... What the fuck is that, a minion's binnacle?
Are they like kingdoms?
No. Hold on. If I zoom out on that picture you just put it in, it's blatantly a minion. And if you zoom in, it doesn't look like one anymore. There's its single eye. It's holding up two things. I thought it was a minion. I really did. Oh god.
Nice.
So don't quote me on this because I'm not that sure, but it's something like Scotland is a England's a principality and Scotland's a state and Wales is a country and something like that.
Well, the United Kingdom is a country of countries. Put it that way.
Isn't Scotland?
Yeah.
Isn't Wales a principality though, not a country?
Yes.
or
What is
something.
the
Wales, Prince
difference
of Wales,
between
I think.
a state and a sub-country?
Remember when I said this is a really complicated question? I'm not joking. This is the sort of thing that scholars argue back and forwards about for various things about this. It's because it's all so tied up in antiquities. It really is complicated.
Yeah.
Anything I say is going to be wrong at some point along the lines because it is definitely outside of my binnacle.
And
The
the last
United
question:
Kingdom.
do we have any arc smelters or Mark III conveyor belts on the interstellar system?
No, but I can replace wind turbines with those if you are desperate for lots.
I was trying to put some Mark III on from Dora World, but then
Actually-
this is where I'm breaking. So I probably need to actually disconnect. Yeah, still broken. Right, I'm going to Alt F4 and then try and reconnect.
Okay. You know what, Max?
There are belts of 3 levels being made.
But
Look a bit.
there are, but for some reason they're remote. We have, yeah. I'm really confused what is going on. Oh, this is all jammed up to fuck because of too many conveyor belts. Like way too many conveyor belts. It's just jammed everything up. So remember your wind tower?
Yeah.
Yes. If you make
That
it,
sounds fair.
if you make it request conveyor belts instead,
Yes.
I will send you some conveyor belts instead.
Okay. I'm requesting 200. Is that too small a number?
That's good, I think.
I don't think we'd want 200 arc smelters either. I just need about 50, but
Just have them there for
I could put that.
when you want them.
100. 100 should do.
It's
I just got
the
lots of
United
titanium to
Kingdom.
smelt.
The United Kingdom of Northern Ireland and Great Britain. Great Britain being Wales, England, and Scotland, all of which are
Northern Ireland.
countries. The United Kingdom. It's the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Great Britain is England, Wales, and Scotland, which are countries. The United Kingdom is a sovereign country. Northern Ireland, in a way, is the odd one out because it's variously described. It says here as a country, province, territory, or region.
It's not that simple, shall
Yeah.
There you go, Max. I think they're already on their way. They should be there in a moment.
Wishing to join?
Yeah.
Joining.
Arc smelters is a little more tricky because, but I don't think they stack size. So when it says 1,000, it doesn't mean 1,000. It means 1 stack or 5 stacks or something like that.
Right.
I don't think I have very many.
I might be
Arc
better off
smelters.
crafting some locally.
I mean, if you
I'm in.
can, good.
There's probably more to release.
But yeah, I'm going to have to sort out because I think Shauka just blindly hooked up a supply, and I think it's just died.
It's better.
We've definitely got copper ingots and what are those? The other ones. Iron ingots. And I've got a big old cache set right behind the station, so the station suddenly goes, oh, I can level those. It'll fill up fairly quickly. I'm just thinking how big a stash do I
Okay,
need?
so we
Probably
do
about
actually-
10,000.
So we do actually have arc smelters times many. In fact, I mean, I can stick up. There you go. Arc smelters are now on the Interstellar network. I'll just hook it up here.
Such a quandary. Like, shall I? Shan't I? Shall I? Okay.
Yeah. Well, no, I just
Republic of Finland. The Republic of Finland is a Nordic country and a member state of the EU. It shares land borders with Sweden to the west, Norway to the north, and Russia to the east. Uh-oh. You're next.
Spaghetti-o.
Norway to the north. Is there a west way as well? Sorry,
I guess the Åland might be somewhat similar, and the status of that is kind of.
if you're looking up things about Finland, sorry, can you just for the readers at home, just remind me what happened the last time Russia tried to invade Finland? Because I don't recall it went very well for
Okay.
them.
Oh, I've gone to Finland on Wikipedia. It says this page does not exist. Russia. Declared independence from Russia. Missed a sentence. In 1906, Finland became the first European state to grant universal suffrage and the first in the world to give all adult citizens the right to run for public office. Boring. blah, blah. Last Tsar of Russia, Nicholas II, tried to Russify Finland and terminate its political autonomy. But after the 1917 Russian Revolution, Finland declared independence from Russia. Is that it?
Yes.
Declared independence.
There's some quite fun, I'll say fun war stories, but there was some quite spectacular outnumbering of the Finns by Russians that just did not go at all well for Russians. It's a bit like the Great Emu War, where Australia went to war with the emus twice and lost twice.
Finland fought the Soviet Union in the Winter War and the Continuation War, and Nazi Germany in the Lapland War. That's not a thing.
That's totally a thing. They burned it, and that was not nice.
Is that
What,
against
Lapland?
Santa?
That's Santa. This has been written by elves.
Yeah.
Lapland is like really far north area.
Yeah, where Santa's from. He's from Lapland. That's literally where Santa's from. Well, not literally, obviously. Sorry if I've just ruined Santa for you if you're watching. Oh my dear lord. Yeah, Shaka, you just set up manual production, automated production of like all of these things, and then just walked away and left them, and it's just everything is dead. Like it's just jammed up.
Not like it needs to constantly be, just that everything is available.
Yeah, but the problem is that some things aren't available because they're jammed up behind tens of thousands of instances of stuff of the wrong level. Can miles? I think that just does that loop round? Yeah, that loops round. But essentially, the busing, I think we call it, system here, dies when one of the conveyors, the storage fills up. Because we do have an overflow, but the overflow is filled up. And and the crap conveyors one is filled up. Why are we requesting? Why are we demanding crap conveyors at all? Or medium tier conveyors? Why do we ever want the low tier of conveyors? Question A. So question B, why do we want 50 or 60,000 of the low tier of conveyors? That's the secondary question.
Speed control is sometimes important.
Have you got the stream open? Have you seen what's in these storage hoppers? This one has 1,500 mining machines.
Need more.
No, we don't. Stop it. You're just encouraging him. The thing is, if the game had a... Oh, Sacral just started playing Lost Ark. So they're spending the advertising money. Yeah, if we had a macerator, it wouldn't be so bad. But we don't.
How many dots are used in each letter of the Braille system?
Ray? Or more or less?
Fewer.
I said what I said.
Anyone know?
I just said 3 or
9.
more or less.
It's 6.
I was right then.
Which movie won the Oscar for Best Actor, Director and Cinematography in 2016?
I don't know, but did you hear that people are upset because Eternals did not get submitted for any Oscars?
No, I haven't heard anything about the Oscars.
Have you seen the Eternals?
No. I
It's
think it's awful or brilliant.
it's all right, but it doesn't deserve the Oscars.
Oh,
Just a bit like.
yeah. It's just dirge, is it?
Well.
Popcorn.
Well. I don't.
The Winter War good ratios. Russia is very good at scale. So even if you get ratios of 1 to 5, 1 to 10, they can just send more people.
What they didn't expect was the alcoholic Finns.
Molotov
Well,
was
Shaka,
an
let me ask you a
historical
question.
figure in that war. That's where the weapon gets its name.
Which weapon?
Molotov.
Molotov cocktail.
Delicious.
Shaka, how is 77 represented in Roman numerals?
Do you know, I know this, and I'm quite good at Roman numerals. I've been playing Kingdom.
V for 50,
I've
and then I'm gonna say 2 X's for 20.
Because I've been playing Kingdom.
3 for 5, and 2 I's for 2.
So put it all together, what have you got?
Bibbidi bobbidi boo.
The X is
L.
EV.
It's LXXVII apparently. So you were right about the VII bit.
Yeah. In Kingdom's Lost Lands, it lists you the name of the of each day in Roman numerals, which I'm all right at Roman numerals, but I've had to get a lot better because I've had to work out if the number is a multiple of 64, no, multiple of 96 because winter starts, and then I have to work out if it's a multiple of 128 because winter ends then. And you realise how fucking awful Roman numerals are for doing anything other than count. Well, not even counting, just here's a number, you can work it out. You're like, what number is that? Okay, and how far is that away from the next multiple of 228? Ugh.
Esmir, Bet's cells are found in which part of the body? BETZ. BETZ. Bet's cells.
I like you asked Esmir like any of us have a clue.
She's thinking about it.
Head?
I mean, I know this one, but I'm going to let Esmir.
Close.
I'm going to let Esmir
Close.
say it.
Can you be more specific?
A human head.
Which part of the head?
I don't know. I'm kind of high.
Whee!
Correct. It's the brain.
That's the head. What the fuck are the Bet cells?
Don't know.
What is short for? What does such?
It's not an acronym actually, according to this. Would you like me to look it up?
Does it mean like the physical action of waving your hand over something with contact?
What? What Jedi
No,
powers?
BETZ. Bets.
Betting.
No, BETZ. Bets. Z. Z. No, wait,
Z.
Z. Damn it.
So they just have a random name and it's not an acronym.
It's not an acronym, no. Bet cells, also known as pyramidal cells of Betz, are giant pyramidal cells, neurons, located within the fifth layer of the grey matter in the primary motor cortex.
I mean, they are the
They're
largest.
in the central nervous system.
They are the largest neuron of the cerebral cortex, so I've heard.
Sometimes
Thanks.
reaching 100 nanometers in diameter.
I mean, we can see them.
Well, if they're close enough, you can see anything.
With enough magnification.
Sorry, micrometers, not nanometers. Yeah.
I'm not very good at.
I don't know what they are.
I don't know either.
Off by 1,000 when you mix those up, right?
Nano's a million, and milli's 1,000, I think. So off by 1,000.
Micrometer, also known as a micron, is an SI-derived unit of length equaling 1 times 10 to the minus 6 meters.
Oh, here's a question for you, Sue. What's the difference between a British billion and an American billion?
Magnitude, isn't it? One's 1,000.
No, wrong. Totally wrong. Oh, and I'll give you an additional point. It's after 1973 when I asked this question.
Go on then, what do you think the answer is?
There's no difference at all, and hasn't been since 1973. Not that stopped me getting taught there was a difference, but there is. We adopted it so many years ago. It used to be.
What did we adopt?
It used to be we were a million, and America was 1,000 million. So we've adopted ours was incorrect, to be quite frank, because we just skipped a whole bunch of fucking powers of 10.
Well, it wasn't that it was the next multiple of a million. It was that there was what was it? Billiard,
Billiard, yes.
something I think.
Yeah, billiard.
That was the
not billiard.
million.
Yeah, billiard. Sounds like I'm off for a game
Yeah.
of billiards.
Yeah.
A billion is a number with two distinct definitions. 1,000 million, or 10 to the 9. This is now the meaning in all English dialects. Or 1 million, or 10 to the 12, as defined on the long scale. This is 1,000 times larger than the short scale billion, and this number is now normally referred to as 1 trillion.
Yes.
On the subject of weights and measures, I heard something interesting, and I don't know if this is, if you've had it on this channel or not, so I'm going to say it again. I had heard, that the reason the American weights and measures that we name as pounds and feet and all that sort of thing, or certainly weights, pounds and things like that, and tons, the reason that they are different in America to the UK, but got the same name as in America and the UK, is because when we were sending stuff to the colony, the people were skimming stuff off the top. And so you get a pound of flour, skim a bit. I think Mr. Henry actually, Mr. Chicken said it or something, and we were conning them.
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, so I heard it somewhere.
But
I heard it somewhere anyway.
I mean,
I'm just about to put titanium.
Is that? Yeah. So, well, I mean, I sort of, Max, but also not. So a pound is the same in both. And obviously a foot's the same, but a ton in the US is a straight 2,000, whereas the UK it's a ridiculous 2,240 pounds. I don't think that's true because it's not, across the board. The thing is, there are two different types of pounds. One of them is we don't use the troy pound anymore. We don't use the avoirdupois, which is if you're measuring the weight of birds, there are 16 ounces in a pound. Otherwise, there's 14.
I don't use any of them.
There's also 20 ounces in a pint, or in an English pint, whereas there's only 16 in a American pint, or something like that, I think.
I really like the fact, by the way, that billiards and billiards are exactly the same. Like, it's spelled exactly the same. So billiard is a number, whereas billiards is a game. Yeah, but everyone knows that billiard is pronounced billiard. If you go, if you said I have a billiard balls as opposed to a billiard balls, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Or you think I've gone mad, one of the two.
One of the two, yeah. I've just read the first bit of the Wikipedia articles for billion and for trillion, and I feel like now know less than I did before I started reading them.
Yes.
Really confusing.
Anything mathsy is written by people who like to be smug about how clever they are at maths on Wikipedia, and they should all be shot.
This is whole short scale, long scale thing, where it can be a trillion and a billion.
Yeah, but when the thing is that, as I said, I think it was 1973 we adopted it. I might be wrong on the year. But my point is, all of the discussions about this have been the same as this for a very, very long time. Yeah. And it is only of academic interest. It's like, you still see people going, oh, well, cyclists don't pay road tax. I'm like, road tax? How fucking old are you? That was the 1920s we abolished that.
Yeah, when you say academic, to a degree, I mean, like when countries talk about their budgets and so on, and they say, we need to spend 1.4 trillion less this year, obviously they need to get that right and not be several magnitudes out.
Yes.
But to you or me, we hear billion or trillion and we just go, oh, that's
big number.
A lot.
Yes.
Big numbers. Yeah.
I did like, they have fixed it now, but at one point I looked up on Wikipedia adamantium, and I genuinely, and I am not joking, I could not tell from the description if it was real or not, because I wasn't sure if adamantium was a real metal that they used, but adamantium has always been the Greek made up unobtainium, and obviously Wolverine has it. But it now says adamantium is a fictional metal, thankfully. But genuinely, the whole thing went on about its atomic weight and how you made it and the various properties of it. I'm like, all right, but is it real? But they skipped that on the basis you already knew, which I definitely didn't.
In a meeting today,
with the Greek stuff, whether how much is it fiction and how much is fact. It's like mythological a lot of times.
Yeah, well, I don't know what the thing is, Shalka. I'm not that good at alloys. I can name you a bunch of alloys, but I don't know if adamantium is a real alloy. It's not, by the way. It's just turned up in so many things because we all know it, or many people know it from Wolverine having adamantium bones. Cool, but I know it from a computer game called Blood Witch, which came out in '87, long before Wolverine was a thing, and they based it on the Greek armor, the Greek thing, which is why I was like, oh, so is adamantium real? Because it's been in this computer game and they mention it in Marvel. Or is it made up? But genuinely, the Wikipedia article just skipped over the real or not bit and went on about its properties and famous uses of adamantium and stuff. I am angry about many things. It is my passion in life. That is just one of them.
Wolverine was born during the late 19th century, though, so he came first.
But quite importantly, he isn't real. That is very important distinction to make.
Clearly his father.
Wow.
Right, so in a meeting today, we were talking about putting a PowerPoint together, which was going to include the fact that something was 23 terabytes, and they all looked at me and they said, "Si, can you put on this bit? Can you put kind of to help people out? Can you just sort of describe that in sort of more human terms, like, I don't know, like number of books in the Library of Congress or something like that, or how many videos that would be?" And I said, no, I'm not going to do that. It's meaningless. It's 23 terabytes. Like, if the reader doesn't have an idea what that is, then no short amount of text is going to...
2 million megabytes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say how many floppy disks that is. No, ridiculous.
Well, hold on. Let me just grab an article from the Register I read earlier, actually, because Google is in, I'll say, hot water. They have just cancelled their free tier of Google Drive for universities, and this free tier was 100 terabytes. There's now clamping universities at 100 terabytes, and they're a bit of an outcry. And they actually did exactly what you refuse to do. And I was amused because I'm like, but they were just pointing out, how big it is. But the point the article was making, which is very much, if you've got 100 terabytes of data, you should not be expecting Google to give it to you for free. You should really have your own infrastructure at that point.
Sure. But also, would you agree that it's pointless trying to describe it, because it's trying to say, how many videos it would be. Like, videos are such a movable target.
Yeah.
For example,
how many would you like it to say?
Right.
Any idea is better than no idea, but it's good to not be misleading.
If you don't have an idea, you probably shouldn't be reading up a thing about you're already out of your depth. So a similar thing I saw
on that basis, Shalka, I think you're right, and probably the only thing you can do is talk in terms of what the average laptop has, and then say, it is like X number of average consumer laptops or something. So then next year it'll be outdated.
I should not know anything more about it. You're shit out of luck because you missed the elementary stuff.
Here we
well,
go.
what I said to them was, I will put 23 terabytes, and then in brackets I'll put "that's a lot," which got a laugh, and then we can move on.
Yeah. So Google have just done this exact same thing. They have changed their. They're now limiting users to 100 terabytes of storage, because obviously people are abusing it, and they said 100 terabytes of storage is more than enough storage for over 100 million documents, 8 million presentations, or 400,000 hours of video.
Brilliant. Those are all standard. Those are all SI units that you use there.
Yes. I did see.
How many electron volts is it? Awesome.
I did see someone today. Actually, someone said there was a post on a car forum. Someone said, and the post said something about remapping ECUs, blah 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 blah. And they said, if you're going to, I have no. This article has no credibility because you're using acronyms without explaining them, and everyone's like.
Yeah, that was funny. I liked your comment.
Yeah, well, like ECU. A
well-known acronym that's been around for bloody donkey's years.
Yeah, like you're on the wrong group here. Like, you shouldn't be here if you don't know what that means. But it is not. if you're moving in a circle, it's not every single article's responsibility to explain to you every single acronym every single time.
Yeah.
We,
all the funny things.
incidentally, we are still very much limited on strange matter, and we've now got quite an array of colliders. I think it's all accelerated too. Looks like it.
Titanium ingots are available, by the way.
Ooh, goody. Yeah, the game has a distinct... Copper and titanium do not have as much use as I feel they should. Like, our production has gone up, like we fixed the broadband issue, but we are really limited on not graviton cubes, graviton lenses.
What are you using motors for?
Conveyor belts mostly.
Right.
The purples are also using that.
The what, sorry?
No, purples.
Green coils are used for.
Not for purples.
Right.
Purples are circuit boards.
Not purple cubes, but the mouths.
Purple what? Mouths. Oh
Ah.
yes, the little flashlights. Yes, particle containers.
Aha.
Instead, we do have a machine here crafting planetary logistic stations, but you do need to top it off with resources once in a while. I mean, green looks like it's flowing all right, but oh, in fact, we're backed up completely. Why are we backed up completely? Why are you so terrible? Rhetorical question.
So the tidal locked planet is up to now 200 megawatts production, but not charging.
What's that? 8?
No.
No, 4. That's 4 energy exchanges.
I have 8 running, yeah.
That's 44. You don't have 8 running, you have 4. You have 4.4. If you have anything else, you're just slowing it down by putting more on. Each one takes 45 megawatts. I mean, you can run more. It just divides it down if you do. That's all.
So placing more production will make it go smoother.
Makes it go slower. It means instead of charging one every, you can either charge one every 10 minutes or 10 every 100 minutes. The throughput's the same.
Oh, here's some exciting news.
Ooh, is it about Russia?
No,
Good.
my company's putting in electrical chargers in our business car park.
Ooh, for
10 of them.
staff. Ooh,
Yeah. Well, that was the number. I'm like, you can't really mean 10. Tesco's is like around the corner. Only has 4. But whatever. It'd be good if it has 10.
10's not very many.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, Tesco's. Yeah.
This
I
is
mean,
for-
10
this-
sounds alright for a business.
this is for employees. This isn't to encourage people to come and park in your car park, right?
Well, I hope not.
Yeah.
I get told to piss off.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean,
Well,
this
I guess
is this
I guess-
for visitors and for employees?
it's certainly for the business cars, the business company cars.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't know much more than that.
So
I mean,
bear-
the question was asked in a recent meeting, and they weren't quite sure what the. I mean, I think they'd be just like, well, you can't give it away for free. We have to charge somebody something, I suppose.
Well, I mean, realistically, it is a perk you can offer to employees, and it will cost
Yeah.
your company so absolutely piddling amounts. You might as well just offer it as a perk: free EV charging of your car. Done.
Yeah.
What will it cost the company? It might cost them 80 quid a year per employee or something. It's a pathetic amount. You might as well give it away for free. It is a nothing. Bear in mind, 10 slow chargers is only 70 kilowatts, which I'm not going to do the maths on, but that is 2,900 amps. That doesn't seem right. That's not right, is it? I've done wrong there. Where's my maths gone wrong? What have I done wrong there? 72,000 watts. Oh, divided by 240. 300 amps. 72,000. That's not right. 7 kilowatts times 10 is 7. 300 amps. You'll have more than I'll come to the building.
They're going to put some more. They're going to put specialist, obviously new stuff in to allow it to be.
I mean, unless it's an old building, like an old company, you will probably have.
Yeah, they're going to have to lay new power cables to do it.
Really? I'm surprised.
The building's been around since the 60s.
No, I'm not surprised in the slightest. But yeah, so I do reckon that we could actually do quite a good podcast. I don't know if anybody would listen, but you could just take existing episodes of Lockdown Land and edit out the game, and then just have podcasts about EVs.
Or just random Wikipedia articles.
Or random Wikipedia articles.
Random quizzes.
Yeah, I mean, I quite like the Adam and because Adam Buxton is really high up on like the podcast list. But the problem is, I don't know any of the people he interviews, and I'm not sure if Rosie's real. I think she might be made up. I can't tell. I think
no, she's real because you can hear her talking all the time.
The dog.
Yeah, she answers him back when he asks her questions.
I must have missed that. My favourite thing about the Adam Buxton podcast is the adverts of all things. They're brilliant because he does them in song and they're really funny, and he's an extremely funny gentleman. But I don't like his actual.
I was listening to his latest episode today, and he was interviewing the guy who did Phone Jacker, Face Jacker.
Don't know what that is.
Caveman Novak. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, BJ Novak.
Caveman Novak.
I don't know who Caveman Novak is.
Oh, you would if you saw him.
You say that. That's
Have you seen Four Lions?
Yeah, but it wasn't very funny.
No, it was awful. For Chris Morris production, I thought it was dire. I was made to watch it recently.
The joke about having to eat the SIM card was quite funny. And the exploding sheep. Other than that, none of the rest of the film was funny, sadly.
Yeah, I didn't think it was good. The people I was watching it with thought it was brilliant.
Were they racists?
Everyone is racist to a degree.
Everyone's a little bit racist.
Everyone's prejudiced to a little degree. I think racism is a step beyond that, where you're actually going out of your way to be horrible to a specific race, I'd say.
I think the important thing is you have thank you, Henry. No, yeah, it's an Avenue Q song. Everyone's a little bit racist. If ever you get a chance to see Avenue Q, it's brilliant. But yeah, I do agree. But I was just quoting it.
Everyone has prejudice, but what we try to do is not be discriminatory.
What are the internet for?
Except
porn.
Fucking Dutch. It was weird actually. Warcraft helped boost Avenue Q from a fairly obscure off-Broadway production onto a major Broadway production, because everyone started to search for the internet as for porn song, which is just
it
was like Minecraft at its peak. If you search any like Iron, the first hit wasn't about Iron. The first hit was about the Minecraft entry for Iron. Same thing for about 5 years. Warcraft destroyed the internet. If you googled anything that existed in Warcraft, that's all you got, and it still is broken to pieces. If I search Python, the top hit is not about the fucking snake. It's about the programming language. You have to scroll quite a long way before you get anything about the snake. What's the other one? If you Google image search Sonic Knuckles, it's quite hard to get a picture of Sonic's hands. You just get a picture of Knuckles from Sonic.
You mean Knuckles?
Yeah.
The echidna.
Yeah, but you want pictures. Now find me a picture of Sonic's Knuckles.
Yeah, you wouldn't. You'd get a picture.
It's quite hard, yes.
Yeah.
God, I used to watch a lot of the Warcraft machinima. The Jonathan Coulton Mystic Fancy Pants one was also very good. The internet's for porn. Lots of great things. But yeah, I saw Avenue Q live, and it's weird because it's Muppets, but it's people. The actors doing the Muppets. They just walk around holding the Muppets. The Muppet only exists down to the elbow. But after a little while of watching it, you just kind of stop seeing the people holding the Muppets. It's a bit you just sort of mentally tune them out. Really, really good. Very, very funny. Definitely worth watching.
They are not the people's hand. They are actually someone else there.
Yes,
Wait, what?
Just. But the weird thing is sometimes the singer for the Muppet does more than one voice, and normally they swap in and out. But at a couple of points in the show, someone has to do 2 characters' voices. So they do the voices, but somebody else is controlling the body. So you have like a stranger holding the other Muppet's body, and then the poor singer lady had to sing back and forwards at herself.
Wow, that's got to be a
it's like
complex
Rugrats.
bit. Yeah.
Well, it's like Rugrats. Rugrats only had about 3 voice actors, and a lot of time they were just talking to themselves, and He-Man for that matter.
Mm-hmm. About the troll to Matty.
Ooh. I'm afraid I am at a bit of a loss of good ways to speed up our purple generation, other than a huge, much larger thingy. Forgot the name of it.
Phoenix extension.
Well, an extension certainly, but there's just a lot of infrastructure in the way. To the point where I wonder if it would be better to do it on a different planet. Unfortunately, it's one of the things that definitely requires oil.
Landing on Matty.
I renamed my planet, by the way.
Yes, was it I am an arse hat? No, that's what I renamed it to. I think it's called Ash.
Landed on Matty.
Yeah, I'm still loading. There we go.
Matty has popped. Not literally.
Now, I'll try and tidy this up a bit, but I think I'm going to struggle to make enough room to make any appreciable amount. We also do not have crystal silicon on the interplanetary network, as far as I know.
Crystal silicon. No, that's the next one, not beyond high purity, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what you make.
No,
I think it needs to be on a silicon planet because we'll get through a lot of it. I don't know where these are coming from.
What was it? M
for
I've got 1.3 million silicon ore here.
Yeah, but that
one.
So bear in mind the amount of resources on your planet come in 3 flavors. About 20 million, that's good. About 1 million, yeah, and then about 100,000. So you don't really have very much.
What's the middle tier?
Yeah, you've got the. You can land on a planet and always start up a base tier, but it's not. Well, I mean, it's kind of useful. I guess. Oh, that's planetary logistics, isn't it? We've got the interplanetary, intergalactic over there somewhere. See, when you start to tidy up the base a bit, it's weird because you see like the original ridiculous runs, because quite often you start a run, you don't really know where you're going. Like, you don't. Like here, I mean, assuming the infrastructure bit, there's a water pump, and then it goes here into a water tank, and that's it. It just doesn't do anything else. I'm glad that doesn't crash the game. I just dropped 1,000 items on the floor.
Whoops.
On purpose. And bosh, all gone. Yeah, I just destroyed a water tank, and the fluid was devastated.
Why is it now?
Yes.
We are having a good supply of solar cells, so we could ramp up the launch of that one.
No, so the issue there is waiting for the guns to come into position. We could do with them launch to another planet, because quite frankly, Dora is a bit full.
Is Dora turned to a fat bloater?
Yes. You looked at me when I said that. Oh. Whoops.
How big a whoops?
3 out of 10.
Yeah. I think we're having this continual sort of stuck underwater sound on this planet, by the way.
Oh, it's one of the
Oh, no,
machines. Yeah, the sound effects in this game are all right, but yeah, so yeah, one of the machine. Is it the chemical plants make a noise?
I'm going to chemical plants. But it is that sound.
Smelters might as well.
I don't know. Just like you said. Irritating.
Hey, if you just move your character somewhere else, or the camera slightly off, that will it will go away.
Bloody yeah. Hope so.
I'm launching Lost Ark, so in about 120 seconds I'll have a review of it ready.
Oh, good. That's what we want. We want 1 minute reviews. Now, we should definitely give it a bash. When Malcolm said it's 4-player, I think that's just dungeons or something like that. Like, you get dungeons, but you can only do a certain number of dungeons each day, and that's where the free-to-play element comes in. Because you want to do more than that number of dungeons, you pay money. But the review I read said that realistically, 2 or 3 hours a day is all you could manage. So if you really want to do it a lot, well, you can't.
My review period might be taken up by a 4.5 gig patch.
So what is your review still going to happen 2 minutes in? You're going to select, this is quite frankly the worst game I have ever played in my life.
Yeah.
It's just
game doesn't load.
It's just a progress bar.
It's 4% downloaded.
Is this an in-game patch or is this Steam?
No. Yes.
Oh yes, maybe.
It's
I don't know.
It's awful when you get the MMOs that like bypass all of Steam's
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
And you're like, please don't.
Are they doing that deliberately?
Yeah, but please don't, because it's not as good.
I know, right?
What they do think they're getting out of that by doing it?
You can synchronize files across multiple platforms with marginally less effort. That's quite literally all I can think of, and it is marginal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like cross-platform is about the only excuse, really. Or is it? Would they be able to do quicker?
No,
patch releases?
Definitely not. Steam's patch.
So you can do it instantly.
Yep. I mean, the only thing you can't do on Steam is roll an update out. So if I update my game, it will update on Steam's launch, and if you force it to, it doesn't check constantly. But in-game, you can say your version's out of date. Please restart Steam. You know, but that's the only drawback. But I would assume it's just because they wrote a patch launcher system on mobile, where you do have to do that sort of thing, and haven't bothered to change it for Steam. I don't know where these belts are going, by the way. They're completely asleep. Okay, and then we just have that graphite belt. That can go. I keep humming the Weird Al song Aluminium Foil now. It's weird when you hear a Weird Al song and you've only heard the Weird Al version, and then you hear the original going, oh, it's a real song as well. What is that?
Weird Al's version is always better.
Yes.
You can
What is it? Aluminium foil is a
Royal.
which I'd never heard of. Royals,
I
my
normally
lord.
think that when I hear the original version of a song that I like. When you find out a song that you like is a cover version, the original always sounds worse.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean it's like Golden Brown by the Stranglers. That's a cover.
Yeah, a lot of songs are.
What's the original?
I think it's Golden Brown. I want to say by the Dave Matthews Band. No, it's not Dave Matthews. It's by. I will have to Google it and then pretend that I
Mozart.
knew it. It's Golden Brown by Dave Brubeck. No, damn it. Oh, it's got this bizarre music video, doesn't it? Ah, maybe I've got it the wrong way round. Oh, it appears that someone did a remix of it many years later in the style as if it was old. So in 2020, someone did a version of it in the style of it being from the 50s. Which I actually thought was the irony of that. I actually thought that was the original, but it wasn't.
Right. They're just screwing with Continuum.
It's like reverse. No, not reverse Mandela effect, but it's like a forced Mandela effect. On this thing you didn't know exists, and then now I remember it existing because they've made me think about it.
But the Continuum transfunctioner.
Is anyone on Dora World with any soil?
How much you need?
Rocking All Over the World by Status Quo.
I don't know that song.
Here
Oh, I know it now. Henry's gone
Cover
diddly
version.
Here we
diddly.
go, and here we go, and here we go.
He's just gone diddly diddly
Yeah.
diddly do.
It was a cover version of a song from 2 years earlier. Girls Just Want to Have Fun by Cyndi Lauper. That was a cover version.
Really?
Wait, what? Which one?
Girls Just Want to Have Fun by Cyndi Lauper.
Yeah. Originally sung by a man. In 1979, Robert Hazard wrote Girls Just Want to Have Fun in 15 minutes. His version was about a woman-obsessed Lothario.
To be fair, although that sounds impressive, the lyrics weren't really very difficult in that song. Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
Ray of Light by Madonna.
Girls Just Want to Have Fun. Yeah, but Madonna did loads of covers. I didn't know that one was a cover though. That James Bond song she did, like the main riff was just taken out of James Bond, like just completely ripped off.
Have you heard those major to minor conversions?
Yeah,
Oh,
and the other way around.
So there is a major version of Imperial March, and they used it as the recruiting theme for the Empire within the Star Wars universe. So Imperial March is canon within the Star Wars universe, but in the major key, not the minor key. It's really bizarre hearing it. It's like a very cheerful sort of upbeat song. Now, there and back. There we go. It's a Golden Brown by the Stranglers. This is definitely not out of order. It's one of the very, very, if not the, I only know of one other song to be chart that's 3-3 because it's a waltz, or 3-4. Nearly everything else in the whole history of pop music has been 4-4. I know it's not related, but now I want to listen to 4 notes, 4 chords. Oh, what's it called? The 4 chords of music. What do they call it? A group called Axis of Awesome did a little comedy bit.
Wait, you talking about what Bill Bailey did?
No, it's by I'm sure it's Axis of Awesome, and it's essentially pointing out that a lot of songs use the same chord progression. They just use the exact same chord progression.
I'm sure Bill Bailey's done that.
Yes.
Exactly the sort of thing he would do.
I know he's pretty much turned anything into heavy metal.
I like Babani from my neck of the woods. Nice bloke, beautiful plumage.
Frank Sinatra's My Way was originally a hit in France 2 years before his version. Hound Dog by Elvis Presley, Respect Aretha Franklin. It's
Wow.
Oh So Quiet by Björk.
So, did the original person who did the Frank Sinatra do it differently, or the same, or did he do it his way?
Did it my
Yeah,
way.
they missed the trick in this article. They didn't say that.
Okay. Anyone on Dora World with dirt? Oh man, I'm alone. All alone in the infinite universe.
You should visit the other stars.
Yeah, but that's effort, and I'm carrying a lot of stuff, and I haven't pre-warmed my battery. EV jokes.
I just realised this is downloading the entire game again, not.
No, if you look at what it's doing, it's probably it now downloads and then goes to a different stage at the end.
Okay.
I might have mentioned the other day, so I saw a amusing cartoon of a gentleman in bed with his presumably lady wife, and she just turns to him in a sort of and just says, "Did you put the car on charge?" Which I thought was quite a good sort of update of did you leave the gas on? Have you locked the front door?
The cat out.
Yeah, put the cat out. Did you put the car on charge?
This has downloaded 54 gigs of 58 gigs, installed 36 of 72.8 gigs.
Yeah, it does it slightly confusingly now, but it means that it splits apart the download and the bit after the download. For the first time, my Tesla's screwed up. It thinks it's still parked the last place it was parked. Oh, the app hasn't seen the car in 4 hours. Okay, good job, app.
Been stolen. Have you looked outside to see if it's there?
Oh, I can just turn on the camera and see where it is. I expect. Go out? No, because I get a message saying your car's been unplugged if someone stole it. Like I'd know before they'd moved the car.
I don't know. You can move stuff without unplugging it.
Not. Well, you can't drive without unplugging it because it goes no. But whilst you are
No, but you can move it into a van.
Yes, I suppose you could just about.
Like if
have
you
a really long
got
cable.
a tow, also a parking violation.
Yeah. Well, no, you could probably get it inside a van before cutting the power cable. Just about, yeah.
Oh, what? And then just
on
cut the
the
power
cable
cable anyway and drive off.
Yeah.
More about. I was thinking more about. You can get sort of UPSs that plug in halfway along a cable by piercing the sides.
Oh, like the old IDE. I had one of those for IDE drives. It would turn a single cable into a double cable.
Yeah, well, they're good for seizing desktops so they don't switch off.
Ah, clever. I've not had the use. I've never needed to do that. How though? Because inside a power cord, there's 2 or 3 wires, but they're in any order or orientation.
Twisted.
Yeah, you carefully cut it open.
Right. Okay. It's not. Do you know what I mean about the IDE single
Yes.
to double?
The ribbon, flat ribbon cable.
Yeah, because it just cut into it. Obviously, it knew exactly how big they were.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's-
so exactly 48 pins wide.
Yeah.
Okay,
48
so
wide, sorry.
it's tricky. Just thinking about standard plugs like a kettle lead for a computer. Right, it's quite tricky if it's plugged directly into the wall socket because then you need to carefully cut into the cable and get the wires inside. It's relatively simple if it's plugged into a power strip, because there's a thing you can get in a briefcase which is like a power strip and a UPS, and you plug it sort of, I'm going to describe this very badly, but you plug it back in on itself like in a loop, and then you unplug it from the wall. And so, let me see if I can find the webpage for it.
Stop. So if I've got a 4-gang plug plugged into the wall and my computer plugged into the 4-gang plug, what happens if I get an extension lead and plug the extension lead into the 4-gang plug?
Yeah, that's how it works.
And then I can just unplug it from the.
Yeah.
So you have to put the UPS on it. You have to put the output of the UPS on it.
Forget the UPS room, because I don't have one, but I do. I'm not going to try it. But so you've got. I'm going to draw it because it's just easier.
You're just making a loop of neutral, loop of earth, and loop of live. It's nothing.
Yeah, so you've got.
Especially need a male-to-male plug though, which my granddad did and was very problematic. It was like test it by electrocuting himself. First switch on. Yes. Ow.
So you've got the computer plugged in there. There's the picture of the computer, and then you can have another plug. I'm just so you have another plug socket, and then just plug it into there like a male. I will let it go. It's a male plug socket. I'm just trying to think what does that work? Does that not shove electricity the wrong way down? My brain is
that's how it works. It shoves it the wrong way through the power strip. So what you're saying is you get the 3 bent spoons and put them in the pickle.
Yes, that's correct. No, the 2 bent spoons. That's obviously it's a clown's shoe at the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, that's. Sorry, that's a perfect drawing. Yeah, that's really. I never crossed my mind that you could do that, because my brain says what you'll actually do is put 480 volts out to the computer. I know that's not what will happen. That's what my brain says will happen if you just plug 2 power sockets in and just see how it goes.
Yeah, I'll spend a minute googling.
Production is now going up. I don't know what the import is set for that, but the export
Of what side?
has been bolstered for Strange Matter.
Ooh, I don't believe we are. That's definitely a blocker. Transportation. Oh, I need more pink mouths. Thank you, Lanchan. I do try and keep my my art skills as good as they've ever been. Actually, I used to be quite good at art, but I've got a trackball. No, I have an ergonomic mouse, and it's beautiful and brilliant in all ways. Apart from drawing, it's very bad at that. I can
So you don't consider yourself artist for being in video games?
No, I used to do drawing. I'm an artiste, obviously, but I also used to do drawing and sketching, and I do pixel art and all sorts of things. Mostly I just do 3D rendering now, and then I print it out.
Horrible programmer art.
Amazing programmer art. I've shipped games with programmer art. I bet you couldn't tell which ones they were. Is that Jack? Fancy circuit boards. Man, no fancy circuit boards. But yeah, everyone except
Is there any programmer art in Packet Storm?
Is there any professional art in Packet Storm? I think the logo. No, actually, that might. I might have even. I think. Sorry, Todd. I think I did all the art in that game. I'm just trying to think.
If you get paid for it and it's art, then it's professional art,
I
right?
think Todd may have supplied the font. And he did the trailer. Todd definitely did the trailer, but I think pretty much everything else is me. Oh, no, Todd did the country outline because it took... Not because I couldn't have done it. It took a lot of time, and I was just like, Todd, can you just do that? I need to outsource that. But yeah, that's nearly entirely programmer art. You can tell. Chromatic aberration, CRT simulation, or bloom. Oh no, Todd did redo the logo as well. I keep meaning to do a VR conversion of it. Just the same game, just runs in VR, so you can just look around the world and then spin the world around with the controls.
Oh, that would be so satisfying.
I know. But we are going to play a VR game tomorrow evening, at least briefly, and none of you need to go in VR. But we will try. We need to work out during the day a backup game, but we'll do Sneaky Spaceships for a bit. But it won't be playing. It won't be I've won. Let's go again. It will be. Here is the nature of the game of which I am developing. What do we think? A strange matter.
Do you have the nature already found?
No, like very much not. It's remote bound. We're not making any spaceships anywhere, are we?
I think we are.
On this planet?
There you go. I
Probably
found
not.
one of the sort of thing. If you zoom in on the lid, let's see what it's talking about.
Oh yeah. No, I get now. Now my brain has got around the fact you're shoving electricity in the wrong direction, or it's twice as many volts. Yeah, I totally get it. That's never crossed my mind that would even work. I do now. Where is it? I did read a thing that says we will not make up a male-to-male plug sockets. Yeah, we will not do this. Do not ask us to make this. We're not making it. No. If you think you need it, you don't. You're not having them.
Well, it's easy to make one yourself, isn't it? Really?
It is. But I mean, I mentioned the other day.
It's on your head then.
One of the Tesla owners in the group says, I've just wired in a commando socket to my old 3-pin socket. How come it keeps tripping off every time that I bring up the car to 30 amps? And everyone's like, you put a commando socket where a 13-pin was. My response was just simply, if you're talking about 32 amps, you should not be asking the internet for advice. Like, whatever you're doing, whatever it is, get it done properly. Do not ask people on the internet for this. Oh my word, there's a lot of oil. Just found huge amounts of refined oil just not being used anywhere. But yeah, I don't have so a packet storm, sneaky spaceships. I have a rough idea. I have an idea of some of the moments I want in the game, but I don't know necessarily how to achieve those. And one of those is definitely pretending to be an AI, being as unobtrusive as possible, and you're sitting in VR and you're looking up at the cockpit, looking up at a human player, hoping that they don't pay any attention to you. Yes, Dora. That's a cool gaming moment, and that's one of the things I want to achieve. Quite how this all works, I don't know yet. I get questions about, do you just go tag, you're it, I win? Is it a long and extended chase? Is the hunt most of it? Is the hunt all of it? Is the hunt just the beginning of each round? I don't know. So we'll give it a bash.
Half listening there. Were you talking about a VR game where you look up and see giant human players?
No, it's a VR game where you have to not get caught, and part of that is pretending to be AI. Turbines. And what I want is, what was cool in Witchit until we worked out how to play it was sneaking around behind the hunter. It's super fun going, that's it, right, he's gone on the corner, right, move there, and hoping they don't turn around. And unfortunately, it's not a very practical, sensible way to play the game. It's a bit of a shame. But I wanted to have that thing. You're the hunter, the police ship, going around doing stuff. I'm trying to blend in, and I just end up following you, hoping you don't turn around and going, that doesn't. He looks a bit suspicious.
Well, that was the issue I had with it. Like, if it gave you points for moving around, then that would make it a much better game.
Yes. I think we kind of hatched upon a points-based win-lose system, which would make it a lot more interesting. and with only minimal changes to the game. That was a silly bit. It wasn't even a difficult change. This was just implement a point system, and I do use the J word appropriately then.
I love how we, as a group, collectively changed the way that we played Witcher to be what is more fun for the group as a whole, as opposed to that singular, ooh, I win.
Because it's fucking...
emergent gameplay is the best.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious in which you see someone else in a... as a chair, just like running down the street. It's like Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program's best part is the first 3 or 4 hours until you work out how to make spaceships. Spaceships falling apart, exploding. It is the funnest and most hilarious part of the game. And it's the bit... Yeah. The only bit's in the trailer. That's the worst bit. But they didn't encourage that. They went, yeah, all of that's not what you want to do. And you're like, oh, but it's really funny watching the ships fall. Just, when you start and the ship just falls over on the landing pad.
All our hopes and dreams are riding on this rocket. Will it survive? No.
Yes.
All right, try again.
And it's a shame that it didn't try and encourage you to do stuff that's hilarious, and sneaky and that sort of thing. Shako, just to be clear, your Strange Matter, I have a remote demand. Oh, it doesn't have any warpers.
About 3 cool. There's only 5 or 6 stations making it.
And we don't have any warpers. That's why. I may have more warpers. Sorry, more Strange Matter will mean more graviton lenses. More graviton lenses mean more warpers. There are hundreds of warpers here coming out of one station and then going nowhere. Well, let's stop doing that then. There's just 230 warpers just on spouts. And then there are more here, so I'll supply those rather than demand them. So I will manually stick these in until such point as the game gets around to finding... Oh, I didn't put any drones in it, that'd be right.
Can I use the interstellar logistics station like a storage box?
Yes.
Great.
It's quite expensive though.
Yes, well, you get some copper out of it rather than...
Oh yeah. Oh, you could do it by hand, or you yeah. Yes, I know.
Well, my first review of this game is that it's resplendent.
Resplendent, wow. So it used to be splendent, stopped being splendent, and it is now splendent once more. Just to be clear that you're using the word correctly.
Oh, is that where the word restaurant comes from?
Yes, it's like it used to be a storant, and then it stopped being storant. Storanty, storant head, depending on the heads.
God,
and now it's storanted once more. Sorry, what?
The dance moves is so bad.
Bad what?
The dance moves, like the emote actions. Just like Fortnite.
I like it already. Yeah, I have 240 Strange Matter in transit, Shag, which is quite a lot compared to how many we're already getting. Like I'm really struggling to get them through. There's just there's not enough room. We don't have enough of all of the source materials. Quite surprised you do, to be quite honest, because one of them is titanium alloy, which requires sulfuric acid. Or are you on an acid planet?
Which part requires the acid?
The titanium ingots for the deuteron. The deuteron fuel rods require titanium alloy, which requires sulfuric acid. Like, deuterium fuel rods are completely unrelated to this, aren't they? They're just jammed in. No, ignore me. It's all good. Go wild. You just need deuterium.
Do I want to move with right click and attack with left click, or vice versa?
I'd use a gamepad. Move with right, click, attack with left, I think. Oh,
Seems
there
to
we
be
go.
defaulting to move with left and attack with right. Doesn't sound right.
Bear in mind, we're gonna wrap up in 8 minutes, by the way. So if you've got any construction projects, make them fit in that time frame. Oh, Shaka, that is so much better. Thank you.
Do I want default mode or photosensitive mode? There you go. There's that accessible stuff again.
Yeah. That accessibility stuff.
Yeah.
To be fair, I said I worked with Nintendo not that many years after the Pokemon mass hysteria event, and the Japanese government took it much more seriously than anyone who's actually involved in the epilepsy field. But yeah, they're super on it, even though epileptics make up, let's say, 1% of the population. Of those, photosensitive epileptics are like 0.1% of epileptics. It's the rare one. And then you get warnings on things like the DS. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Close one eye and shove the DS right against my face? How am I going to get epilepsy off that?
I don't know much about.
affected.
I don't know much about photosensitive epilepsy. I don't think it needs to like fill your field of vision, does it? It could just be that you see it out of the corner of your eye or something.
It's
the frequency, not the
yeah.
Overwhelming brightness of it.
It's very difficult to do. The Pokemon episode just about managed it, and as I mentioned before, it was I can't remember that, but it was something silly like it affected like 20 or 30 children. A reasonable number. But then many other children heard about it and they said, oh, I had it too. And it ended up as a genuine mass hysteria event with many more people claiming that they were affected by it than could actually possibly have been true, unless Japan is harbouring more epileptics than any other country in the world. It's a silly thing. But the Japanese government took it very seriously, introduced a whole series of rules. And there's a little tool, and you get it, you point it at the screen and you run the things, and it tells you what percentage chance of causing an epileptic fit there was. And on DJ Hero we had to run it because we had strobing effects, and we had to keep it below a certain number, like a 60% chance, that sort of thing. 60% rating. I can't remember the name of it. It's got like the Drochman scale. It's something I've never heard of, but it's this obsessive thing of people telling you all this game features flashing lights. Like, if you're epileptic you shouldn't be doing it anyway, but if you're talking about something like the DS, it's not bright enough or big enough to cause this, no matter what frequencies it's flashing at. It's just too small, too dim, not going to happen. VR, very, technically very risky because your almost entire field of vision is filled, but it's such an unusual thing. But the games industry has adopted just basically warning you constantly about it.
By the way, magnetic coils now available on the network.
Oh, good. We have got those already, but I suspect we get through a lot more. More than
I was in a movie theater, and there was a flashing scene on that, and one guy had like a clear seizure on it. And I was thinking at the same time that was slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, it was. That's really unlikely. It's genuinely 1 in a million type chance. It is so spectacularly unlikely. My issue is that we put it so freely on every description of every computer game, like it's a major issue. It's just not. Again, if it affects you, it is a major issue. The thing about photosensitive epilepsy, there's one really good solution to it. You wear an eye patch, because you need to have both eyes see it. It's to do with the frequency in each eye seeing it slightly phase and blah blah. But if you wear an eye patch,
you have to sacrifice stereo vision in order to be safe from photosensitivity.
If you're in a situation where you think it might happen, wearing an eye patch makes you 100% invulnerable to it happening. But it's still so rare, it's unlikely. But if it's happened to you before, when you go to the cinema, yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know what films you've seen with stereoscopic vision, but 3D films are basically dead as far as I know.
I think it was 300. That has a flashing bit.
Maybe.
And I was not affected to the point of seizure, but I could feel like that my brain needed to do some extra loops to cope with that.
Also, talk about a little ignorance goes a long way. In California, they're putting solar panels over canals, which cools the canals, stops evaporation, captures solar energy. And someone said, how about we also use the flow of water to generate power as well? So, somebody doesn't know what a canal is.
I can remember going to discos when I was a kid, and there'd often be strobe lighting, and sometimes that made me feel really odd.
So strobe lights, there are restrictions on rules on how bright they can be and how long you can have them on for. And all the raves I went to just went on crank at the beginning of the night and turned them off at the end. Brilliant.
But it does have a weird effect, sort of, on your vision. That's why you have them.
Yes. Yeah, so Shaka, I'm going to estimate approximately 20 times more strange matter is my rough guess for how much I would like.
And there's a power problem in trunk or local business that I couldn't solve because I didn't have any power generators with me.
Well, you couldn't ask. You could go, can you send me some wind turbines? And I can send you wind turbines. Like we have a system now.
No, I left already the planet, so.
But yeah, I have to manually set up the whatever. I think it's got conveyor belts in it at the minute. Find it. Are we all just about ready to stop?
I'm just making a note of what I wanted to make.
So, yeah, have a think tomorrow, because I don't think we can play Sneaky Spaceships for 3 hours. We might be able to, but it's more likely it's going to be an hour sort of tops. So there's something we want to sort of bookend it with. Have a think, have a suggestion. I still have a number of games I've not played. Lost Ark might be working. It's quite a download, of course, but you can still give it a whirl.
My update says it's 384 bytes.
Nice.
No, yeah, but it isn't.
Shalka, Mr. Chicken, it's me.
I'm good.
Yep, I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay. Well, thank you all for another fun evening's logisticsing. Where's our bloody research thing? There it is. Our research is definitely coming on in leaps and bounds as well, which is kind of good, because obviously we are against a exponential challenge to hit each successive one. We are completely out of greens. But yeah, your production of strange matter will help that. That's our sort of pinch point there. So we'll have a look at Sneaky Spaceships tomorrow and have a chat about good ideas, bad ideas, feasible ideas. Oh, I've just worked out why we haven't had any greens generated. There's some crap on the line.
Ah.
Can I click on that? Oh. Is there a way to... I can't click on it. I can click on that one. I can click on that one. No, I can't. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have to delete the whole thing and then rebuild it. That's really annoying. Well, that explains why our research came to a halt. We had some pollution.
Oh,
Use your words.
Oh, no, you got it. Never mind.
Yeah, I had to do it the low-tech way.
Low jack.
Yeah, I was kind of afraid that you were talking about deleting the tower. I was like, oh no, don't do the bell.
Thankfully not. I was going to say we'll do Vane's utilisation. We need 24,000 for the next one, but unfortunately we haven't been making much in the way of. I guess we have not close to 24,000 though. It's a little trick. Close your inventory. Control Shift click that, and you can see how many are in the box. Just make sure you put it back. So we've got 4,500 whites, which is not very many. But we will continue with that on Friday. We'd have for Friday as the next DSP. So Saturday. One of the things I was potentially suggesting is R Factor 2. They have redone it. We've never looked at it. Always meant to. We'll look at Lost Ark on Monday. Breakfast obviously Sunday. And we'll see how it goes. So thank you for watching, Internet.